Right. Ladies and gentlemen, I encourage you to put on your headsets. You can? All right. So welcome. Welcome to our last side event that's hosted by the Republic of Namibia. And our session for today, we will be looking at lessons learned from accessing climate finance. And we have a very sophisticated panelists with us today. And I'd like to introduce them to come to the front, please, in the order as they appear on our slides. First, I'd like to introduce Mr. Benedict Libanda, the CEO of the Environmental Investment Fund. Sir, please take your seat at the podium. He is anywhere you like. We have Mr. John Sirunda from Namewater. Sir, please take your seat. And our ladies, Carol Mwape from the Commonwealth, please take your seat. And last but not least, Ms. Berenice Hans from Pengventuk. I invite you to take your seat, ma'am. So to kick us off today, I'll invite, in the order that I introduced them, Mr. Libanda first, to just quickly give us some insight into what is the Environmental Investment Fund of Namibia.
Good morning to everyone, and thank you very much for having us in this side event. The Environmental Investment Fund of Namibia is a statutory body that is established under an Act of Parliament of the Environmental Investment Fund Act of number 13 of 2001. So it is an entity fully owned by the government Republic of Namibia and operating as a state-owned enterprise, semi-autonomy from the reporting systems of public government. Our mandate is to mobilize financial resources, both from domestic as well as international platforms for investment in climate change assets and environmental sustainability within the context of sustainable development in Namibia. I think in a nutshell, I'll stop there. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Libanda, for being very concise about that. I would now invite Jamie from Nemwater to tell us what is Nemwater all about.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, moderator. As I was introduced, my name is Johannes Sirunda, and the middle one is Jamie. So I'm the head of research and development at the Namibia Water Corporation. I'm going to share with you information of lessons learned on climate financing from practice. But first, I would like to give you context before we move into the discussion in detail. So the Namibia Water Corporation, as you all know it, it was established by the Act 12 of Parliament of 1997. This is due to the articles in the Constitution, which is mainly Article 95 and Article 100, which speaks to the issue of water. So it's a state-owned entity which supply water in bulk on a cost recovery basis. This entity supply water mainly to farmers, the mines, to local authorities, and also to some government institutions. However, to supply that water is a challenge in the arid country like Namibia. As you all know it, the water that we receive, 100% of that, 83% evaporates, 14% also evaporate through evapotranspiration. What remains with us is mainly 3%. So with that 3% is the one that we battle with to ensure that water is supplied to our citizens. So one of our functions in the Act is to look at the issue of investigation, doing research, and studying matters related to water resources, waterworks, and the environment. So what we do with that, then we investigate various options to solve our problems of water supply. So what we have done of recent was to look at how to improve quality of water in various areas. So we submitted a very innovative proposal to the adaptation funds, which we are currently implementing. So that proposal was approved with a tune of $70 million Namibian dollar, and we are currently busy implementing it. In terms of implementation, there are various stakeholders which are involved in the process. So the project is very complex, as you know it, and there are a lot of task team members which we have grouped from Namwater side. We have a team of scientists and engineers who are playing a prominent role in the implementation of the project. And we are also looking at the issue of research and development in the same project, where we are looking at the issue of affordability of this desalinated water. And we're also looking at the issue of acceptability of the same water and reliability and maintainability of this technology, which we are investigating. Just to show you some images of what we're currently busy with. Those are the team members from Namwater side. And we also have students who are artisans who have been trained on how to assemble these units. And these are artisans who are coming from our vocational training center. The idea is to build capacity. With that, we have also a component of stakeholder engagement where a lot of people are engaged in the process, especially the beneficiary of the scheme, and also higher level official in government. They're also engaged on this technology to ensure that it's replicated once the findings are looking promising. That's the technology there at Grunau. The Grunau one was completed already. Now we are busy with the Bethany one, which we are about to complete end of this year, which is December. Skip that one. I think I would like to end my presentation with a short video, which I would like to show you, just for you to appreciate what we have done, and also in view of relevant stakeholders who are involved in the process.
Much of Namibia's underground is tainted with high levels of alkalinity, The newly constructed plant at Gruno has a raw water feed of 47.3 cubic meters a day, while consumer demand at the settlement is currently 36 cubic meters a day.
Many of our towns and villages have recently experienced steady economic growth. Efforts to invest into water infrastructure to enable especially our rural population to access clean potable water have been stepped up, and this has simultaneously resulted in increased water demand, which further strains previous water infrastructure that is supplied to us. We have now looked into the possibility to explore water resources that previously were unusable because of water quality problems, that were too brackish, too salty, couldn't use it for human consumption. But now with this technology, we can desalinate it.
Despite notable improvements in the supply of potable water to rural communities, Kara's Regional Councillor Dennis Kutsia says that water still remains unaffordable for rural communities.
With the limited water to our disposal here in Greeno, with the curfew imposed on us, let us try by all means to distribute water equally to the inhabitants living in Greeno. We are appealing today that something drastically must be done to rescue the situation.
The project, funded through the Adaptation Fund, commenced in February this year at a cost of $13.4 million.
This place here, groundwater is not readily available. So therefore, as the Honorable Councillor have said, what we are going really to achieve much with this plant is the quality of that little water that we have.
The technology is meant to be replicated in other regions of Namibia with the aim to improve the overall delivery of quality of our scarce water resources in the rural areas.
The project will be powered by renewable energy sources. Na Tangwejime NBC News, Bruno.
Thank you very much. That summarized the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie, for that. Watching the...
Dear club delegates, we kindly remind you to wear your face mask over your
Apologies.
mouth and nose at all times during your time at the conference, unless you are seated in a room with appropriate distance, while eating or drinking or medically exempt. Thank you for your cooperation.
All right, they are just reminding us to adhere to the regulations. I was just saying, watching that news clip reminds us, I long for home now. I want to go back to Namibia. But thank you so much, Jamie, for showing us what NemWater is doing in terms of climate action. Last but not least, I'd like to introduce Carol from the Commonwealth to just tell us exactly, just quickly, what is the Commonwealth all about before we go into the discussion.
Thank you, Bernadette, and a warm welcome to everyone to the Commonwealth Pavilion. We are happy to host the Namibian government around this discussion. I think much as negotiations are going on, it's also good to share lessons of what exactly is happening on the ground to motivate delegates, partners and organizations that are going through Cop26 to see that on the ground things are happening. And I'm glad that we are sharing this podium with the Environmental Investment Fund and other stakeholders from Namibia. As you know, the Commonwealth, being a membership organization, cuts across various regions of the various continents. And Namibia, being a member, is glad that we are able to participate in the efforts that the Commonwealth brings forward in terms of accessing climate finance. At the highest level, the Commonwealth guided to have a climate finance access hub to be established and currently domiciled in Mauritius, where we have the headquarters. This hub is a collection of a pool of experts who are drawn from various expertise and together work as a team to mobilize financial resources or assist governments and relevant organizations to identify projects, develop proposals, and access climate finance, and also help in managing and reporting on it. And so within this pool of expertise, we are glad to know that Namibia has received such support through a climate finance advisor, just like other countries. And collectively, currently the Commonwealth Secretariat through the Climate Finance Access Hub has mobilized over $44 million US dollars, with over $700 million in the pipeline in terms of projects that are under development or under review through various funders. And though this is the demonstration that the Commonwealth brings forward to the audience of the global community to show the capacity that it presents to interested countries that are members of the Commonwealth to tap into this pool of expertise and be assisted with building capacities, institutional and individual, with countries that we work with, and ensuring that the available resources out there are tapped into by developing the relevant instruments and proposals that can enable countries access finance. So for now, this is what I can say about what the Commonwealth is doing, but I know through discussions, we'll elaborate more on what we're doing with Namibia.
Certainly, thank you, Carol. I had overlooked Ms. Hans. There was just an omission from my side, but yes, now, last but not least, I'd like to introduce Ms. Berenice Hans and for her to tell us what Pengventuk is all about.
Thank you very much, Carol. Pengventuk is a wholly owned Namibian bank. It's the only commercial bank in Namibia that's both managed and owned by Namibians. We were established in 1982, and subsequently we've been playing quite a pioneering role in the area of green finance. If we look at the bank, we are a large employer in Namibia in the context of financial services. We are the largest bank in terms of our market share in loans and advances. We have an extensive footprint across the country, both in terms of our physical as well as our digital channels. And we are also the flagship brand of the Capricorn Group. The Capricorn Group is a wholly Namibian-owned group. It's listed on the Namibian Stock Exchange. Our operations are not only vested in Namibia, but we also have our bank in Botswana. And our operations are beyond just banking, which also include financial services, other financial services, and adjacent industries. Our products and services range from both traditional banking to more tailor-made banking products, and include, as I said earlier, both access to digital and physical channels across the country. We are a local bank and we pride ourselves on local relevance as well as expertise, but we do ascribe to achieving global standards as well as adopting global innovation and incorporating that into our business. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hans. As you can see, when it comes to climate finance, the Namibian team is here and they are ready to play the game, right? They come full force. So we go into the discussions. Why are we here today? There's been a lot of interest from people, like not just at COP, but all over when you speak to people about what has been Namibia's strategy when it comes to climate finance, because we do have a good track record, as we've heard from some of the portfolios of the project shared here. So we'll start our discussion. And I'll start off with Mr. Benedict. As one of the most successful accredited entities in Africa, what has been EIF's success? What has been your map for success? What has been your recipe for success?
Thank you, Bernadette, for that question. I'll answer that question from multiple dimensions. The EIF, by its design, it is a climate financing institution. So that already positions the mandate of the fund to have a more focused approach towards its strategies and implementation. And that has enabled us to position ourselves in terms of accessing multilateral funding from different institutions, as well as DFI financing with like-minded development financing institutions. Most importantly, one of the success factors, which is the second one, is that related to the readiness of the EIF to engage the multilateral institutions. So we have worked very hard over the past few years to align our goals, objectives, and operations with those of the multilateral climate and environmental institutions. And that is extremely important because that has been a challenge with most of the financing institutions to get that transition from normal tracking for operations and align your objectives in the operation to those of the multilateral requirements. That transition can be costly because there are lots of adjustments that needs to be done in the institution. There's a lot of realignment in processes. There's a lot of investments in human capital and so forth. But in a longer term, that adjustment or the transition can pay off because of the relationships and the sustainability you create for institutions. And we're able to do that. Hence, we were the 17th entity to be accredited to the Green Climate Fund. I think that was in the second round of accreditation. And we thereafter accessed 4 full proposals that were funded by the Green Climate Fund to a tune of $40 million US. And then we also accessed 2 readiness projects, one for the EIF, the other one for the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Tourism. And our accreditation expired, that was last year, and we applied for reaccreditation, which was recently granted in October this year during the previous GCF board meeting, and that has given us the mandate to continue developing projects and access the GCF resources. I think also additionally, we use this platform to indicate that we are also applying for accreditation to the Adaptation Fund, and we hope to be fast-tracked so that we build and scale up on projects that are implemented by our partners. Specific examples, the one that was presented by the NAMWater colleague on this podium. Should I go in details on the activities on the ground, or should I leave that for later?
We'll leave that for later.
Okay, thank you.
You so much, Benedict. I mean, the track record of the EIF has been remarkable to date. Even the feedback that we get from the partners, GCF, has just been that this is one of the entities that examples that should be emulated when it comes to climate financing. We move on to the Adaptation Fund. Jamie, you showed us the video of the project that you got through the Adaptation Fund. I want to know, like, from your experience, why do you think the Adaptation Fund chose your project as the flagship project that we have in Namibia?
Thank you very much, Bernadette, for that question. As you know, Namibia, it's an arid country, so the provision of water services is a challenge in that country. And also, you know that our population is partially distributed, so to bring water to those people is also a challenge. And now the same water is also not readily available. In some areas, you find that it is there, so in other areas, you can't find it. And the areas where you find it in little quantity, the quality is also not good. So with all those variabilities in terms of water provision, I think we packaged a very innovative proposal, which was then accepted by the Adaptation Fund in view of our challenges for provision of water supply. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Jamie. Carol, moving on to you. Why do you think the Commonwealth is the ideal connector that we need in Namibia when it comes to accessing money for finance? Climate finance, sorry.
Thank you, Bernadette. Yes, like I mentioned earlier, the Commonwealth, despite having presence at that global level, it trickles down to countries through deployment of climate finance advisors. And currently, maybe just to give a picture, the hub has deployed over 14 advisors to countries across Africa, the Pacific, and the Caribbean. And the good thing is that Namibia now is also part of that group of countries that have benefited from the Climate Finance Access Hub. And I think the idealness of the Commonwealth and the hub to be the best connector to accessing climate finance is that it's not just operating at international level. Like I said, these advisors are embedded in ministries of government in the countries which are receiving support from the Commonwealth. and they become part and parcel of the structure and operations of government. And usually these advisors are embedded in the ministries that are responsible for implementing climate actions through various action plans. In terms of operating in the country, the approach that the Commonwealth Access Hub, Finance Access Hub takes is that we look at the landscape of the country in terms of what are the needs. So the hub doesn't come up with tailor-made, with their own proposals that come from the highest level. They come from bottom up, and this ensures that there's ownership in the country from various stakeholders, and also that the actions that are being proposed for financing are responding to national priorities, for example, the national determined contribution. And so also tapping into what the other advisors are doing across the other countries in the African region, the Pacific, the Caribbean. This enables that the capacities that are available are tapped into a country that is receiving support. So I'll give an example. Being embedded in Namibia as climate finance advisor, that does not exclude me or other advisors from working together. So the products that are coming from countries like Zambia, for example, they finance mapping, from Eswatini, preparing of the various strategies. This avails tools to the rest of the advisors to tap in and adapt to the countries of support. And so this becomes a very ideal scenario and collaboration where we are able to tap into the pool of expertise and bring it to the country that we are supporting. The other thing is that the Commonwealth provides capacity building to institutions and also to individuals. And for example, currently in Namibia, through the Climate Finance Access Hub, we are trying to see how we can channel support to the Namibian Development Bank with its accreditation process by sharing lessons from accreditation of similar development banks across other countries that are under the Commonwealth support. So this becomes quite an ideal arrangement. And from the highest level of support, we have political will from the Commonwealth Secretariat, at which level we also do engagements with various financing partners and ensure that we loop this to the countries that are being supported and ensure that advisors are tapped into available financing opportunities.
All right, thank you so much, Carol, for that. I'll move on to Ms. Hans. So as we race towards net zero, why is private sector investment so important for climate financing?
Yes, thanks, Bernadette. If one looks at the magnitude of worldwide investment that the private sector accounts for, that's more than 85%. So one can then deduce that without private sector participation, it would be impossible to achieve the objectives that have been set at the Cop26 as a rule. When one looks closer to home, especially in Namibia, we have seen firsthand the need for an increasing role by the private sector to participate in a transition towards a low carbon, climate resilient economy. The impacts of climate change on Namibia have been quite severe, and they impact all sectors of our economy. And therefore, we have a joint responsibility to ensure that we do meet national objectives, including our climate objectives. And therefore, the role of the private sector cannot be understated. There is a demand on the private sector to get involved, to enable access to resources, to ensure that the commitments we make towards future generations are realized. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Berenice, for that. During the discussions at COP, we hear a lot about the money not being enough. There's definitely a deficit when it comes to the money set aside for climate financing. And I think this is also an opportunity for some of our local institutions to step up and avail some of that finances within our own country. So my next question to Benedict is, what innovative financing strategies are up your sleeve as EIF?
Thank you very much. I think in the past 5 years, we've been extremely successful, of course, within our scales in mobilizing and attracting funding to Namibia. We've attracted about $82 million within the past 5 years, and that is a substantial amount of money for a small institution such as the EIF. And that funding is divided into different sources. 30% of that from domestic, about 35% is from multilateral institutions. These are the GF through UN agencies, as well as the global environmental facilities, as well as the Green Climate Fund, etc. And then the other 35% is from DFIs. We work very closely with the Development Bank of South Africa, with the French Development Agency, Deutsche Bank, etc. I have to say, from the DFIs, we have been able to create smart partnership in deploying those line of credit. And one of such partnership is working with Pengventuk through the SunRef program. I'm sure Pengventuk will touch on that. Yeah. And we've been working with First National Bank as well as Nedbank. These are commercial banks in Namibia that will provide technical assistance in terms of delivering and deploying the allocation that is channeled through the banks. With the multilateralism funding, it has financed different projects on the ground. And from a sinking perspective of grant financing, we have recorded big impacts on the ground, where about 180,000 people, mainly resource users, have been beneficiaries to these projects. I just want to quantify the impacts on the ground at Glace. About 23 megawatts of energies from renewable sources have been financed through solar plants. We have avoided greenhouse emissions up to 28,000 tons per annum from avoidance, and from maintenance of ecosystem and carbon sequestration is about 3.7 million tons in carbon sequestration capacity, because we have been financing more than 280,000 hectares of land in maintenance ecosystem-based services and goods. So you can tell from an impact perspective and livelihoods and resilience building how this fund has been channeled on the ground. We have also created a window for SMEs where concessional funding with terms that are at least less stricter than the normal lending terms, for them to allow to recover from COVID-19. We provide SME financing facilities up to equivalent of 400,000 US dollars. That's about how much? $6 million Namibian dollars, etc. So those are kind of impacts on the ground that the ERF has recorded. But there are more to that in terms of water savings, in terms of financing sustainable organic agriculture, etc., etc. So for specification, you're welcome to contact me after this discussion. I'll give you the specificities of these impacts on the ground.
There are definitely people who are in the audience who have already set up appointments to meet with you after the session. But I can tell from your talk that ERF is definitely a seasoned AE. From the way that you are reporting, that's the way that the donors also ask for the information to come to them. So well done, Benedict. I move on to Jamie. You spoke of the 70 million Namibian dollars that you received from the Adaptation Fund. That is a lot of money, like when it comes to Namibian dollars. We want to know what has been your strategy when it comes to project implementation and management execution of a project with that magnitude.
Thank you very much, Bernadette, for that question. I think, as you mentioned earlier, that this is a flagship project. It's one of a kind project, and it's the first one which we are implementing in Namibia. So if you look at the nature of the project is divided into 3 objectives. So the first one is to acquire knowledge and skill of this technology. So the second objective is to supply good quality water to the community. So the last one is to look at the issue of disseminating this knowledge to the people. So with those 3 objectives, it makes it very complex in terms of implementation. So in addition to the objective, there are also a lot of stakeholders which are involved in this project. We have our national government ministries, we have our agencies which are accredited by the Adaptation Fund, which is Desert Research Foundation, and you have us as Namwater, who are the implementing entity. So it makes it a bit complex and challenging, but also interesting. So what we did was to come up with a project framework in terms of how it should be implemented, where all the entities were brought on board and their functions were outlined as to what they will be doing in the project to ensure that it's implemented until it's completed. So we have the framework where there's a project steering committee. We have a task team, which I mentioned in my presentation. So the task team was overseeing what the design engineers and the contractors were doing. So in the same task team, there is also a component of capacity building. So there were engineers and scientists in the task teams. These are engineers and scientists from Namwater. And we also managed to pull some from the Ministry of Agriculture, mainly in the Water Directorate, just for them to come and learn about this technology. So with that, then there is a component of design where the task team member were learning a lot on how to design the technology. And there was a component of construction. With the construction, what we decided was to bring in artisans from our vocational training centers. Why? Because these are the people who works with hands. So they were the one in charge of assembling all those beautiful plants which I was showcasing. So in terms of ensuring that it's implemented according to the timeline of which the project was approved on with the AF, it has been very challenging, but we have been reaching our targets. So that's our setups, and that's what we are following. One treatment plant already completed in Grunau. In terms of capacity, it's not that big. We are looking at 36 cubic per day, and with the solar PV plant, which is delivering around 65 kilowatts per hour. So in Bethany, which is slightly bigger in size, we are looking at completing the Bethany one, which is designed at a capacity of 489 cubic per day, with the solar PV plant, including wind, delivering around 395 kilowatt per hour. So that's what we are looking at. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jamie. We actually have an advantage as a country now that the country cap for the adaptation fund has been moved to 20 million USD, that Namwater can now work through EIF and look into expansion and replication, but I suppose we'll have that discussion in the next round of questions. Carol, when the Commonwealth was pitching the support to Namibia, they mentioned, or they showcased quite a vast portfolio of projects where they have been successful, and some of those came from the Caribbean, Jamaica specifically. What do you think has been the recipe for success for some of those projects to be to receive funding?
Thank you, and thank you very much for citing at least that one example. But we have success stories in a number of countries where the Commonwealth has presence. And I think first and foremost that the Commonwealth does is to understand the country situation, looking at what is the enabling environment that is prevailing at the time that the country is requesting for support. Are the relevant policies in place? Are the strategies in place? And the country will indicate where the gaps are, so that even as the support is going to a country, you already know that the environment is in this kind of shape and the country's needs are in this line. And so in some of the cases, the country would want to be assisted with preparing or putting in place policies or institutional measures or to build capacity. That is to enable that follow-up actions that the Commonwealth will be providing in terms of support find a route and is supported by relevant policies of government. The other thing is that you'll also look at what are the country priorities. So has the country developed its national determined contribution? Does it have an app? Does it have relevant instruments that is guiding implementation of climate actions? If not, the country in most cases will indicate the need, or they will highlight the gap where they need support. So if the NDC is in place, is it an issue of coming up with a priority action plan where now efforts can be directed in terms of implementing or identifying priorities. Following that, a country will also be looked at in terms of what capacity is there to prepare or develop project proposals. Many instances we are embedded in ministries that are responsible for climate change, but we are working with other sectors that are necessarily not aligned to climate change. So you talk about institutions like energy. They may traditionally not feel like they're aligned to climate change, but the actions that they undertake are aligned, are either affected or they do impact on climate change. So this is again another ingredient that is looked at to see beyond the ministry responsible for climate change, like in the case of Namibia, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Tourism. Beyond that, how is the capacity in the Ministry of Agriculture in terms of them being able to identify priorities within the NDC, and what is their capacity in terms of coming up with bankable proposals? So when you look at that, the country may highlight their capacity gaps, and the Commonwealth Secretariat through the Climate Finance Access Hub by the embedded advisor will come through to look at how to address the gaps that have been identified by the country, so that the capacity to prepare proposals are built either by way of trainings or by way of hands-on. And I'm happy to mention that for Namibia, we've actually kickstarted this process where we are now doing one-on-one orientation of stakeholders once we have opportunity for financing to sit with the relevant stakeholder or the ministry and the concerned private sector and civil society to run through the templates, the processes, the requirements that the funders will be looking for. And by that, we believe that then you can have a more practical way of transferring knowledge and skills to the country for them to be able to undertake preparation of proposals. The other ingredient is that beyond implementation, once finance has been accessed, actions are on the ground, what is the capacity of the country to monitor, report, and give feedback on the actions that are taking place? So within the support that the Climate Finance Access Hub is also to prepare, support a country to put in place systems and mechanisms and relevant documentations and instruments to enable the institutions that are responsible for monitoring, evaluation, and reporting on climate actions. So these are some of the ingredients that we put in place in a country of support to ensure that once we exit or as we go on with support, institutions or countries remain with the capacity to move forward.
Thank you, Carol. I believe that you have joined the team just at the right time. Yeah, thank you for that. My next question is to Berenice. The targets that we have set ourselves in the NDC as we race towards net zero require a lot of effort from the private sector. I think if you percentage-wise, a lot of responsibility is actually falling on the shoulders of the private sector. So what instruments does the bank have for the private sector to make this possible?
Yes, Benedette, we started on a journey where we've introduced various instruments and also partnerships, smart partnerships. So if I look at just to talk to the instruments, we launched our inaugural green bond in 2018. We were the first bank in Southern Africa to launch the green bond. The uptake was very successful. We were able, in that particular incident, to pass on a price advantage to the bondholders, and we fully dispersed the funds in terms of qualifying projects. In fact, our bond is maturing this year. The green bond is now 3 years old and is maturing at the end of this month. In terms of the other instrument, we've just launched our sustainability bond this year, and this bond has much broader scope than the green bond. It also allows projects to qualify on the grounds of social impact, taking into account elements of gender, social upliftment, in terms of the criteria to assess various projects. We've just launched the bond. We are very excited about the prospects, and we are busy aligning the pipeline of qualifying projects. As far as smart partnerships are concerned, as Benedict has said earlier, we've worked very closely with the AFD, the EIF, and the EIF in terms of the SunRef project. We fully dispersed all of those funds. And we've also been receiving a lot of technical support from the IFC in terms of our green bond. So smart partnerships have also been one of the ways we've been able to trailblaze access to this type of funding in our market. As far as some of the challenges and successes are concerned, let me start with these successes. We've looked at these projects in terms of eligibility and strictly applied the rules in terms of qualifying projects. But what was also important is that these projects were both commercially and also technically feasible. And that really meant that if we look at the projects today, that portfolio performs very well in terms of, and has outperformed all our expectations. So it's important to address the green element or sustainability elements, but it's also very important to ensure that these projects will stand the test of time in terms of commercial and technical feasibility. In terms of the challenges, if we can just look at some of the challenges, one of the biggest challenges has been that capital markets don't yet fully acknowledge the value of the green benefit. So whilst we were able to pass on the price advantage in our green bond, we weren't able to do so in the sustainability bond. And I think there's a need for capital markets to recognize the value and the impact of these green projects in terms of incentivizing these projects through price advantage. So that was one of the key challenges. The other challenge we experienced is that most of the projects we were able to finance were solar projects. So we would like a bit more diversity in terms of the types of projects that qualify. And Namibia is naturally predisposed towards a lot of sunlight. And so therefore these projects, the solar projects naturally are easier to make bankable, if I can use that term. But there's definitely a need for a wider range of qualifying projects that we should include in these in terms of access to finance. Lastly, I think there's a lot of work to be done around, especially the data, getting the right data, especially in terms of just assessing impact and making sure that we are able to report the impact across various dimensions that may be required. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Berenice. The Namibian team is definitely on a trailblaze. We are unstoppable. And I'm sure at this point in time, the audience does have questions for the panelists. So I'll open this session up for questions from the audience. I will just pass on the mic if you have a question. Henry? Oh, you okay. All right, so if you have a question for any of our panelists, Henry will run with the mic. If you can just kindly introduce yourself, please, sir. Thank you.
Can you hear me? It's at times difficult to speak without hearing your voice. Thanks for the invitation and thanks to our panelists. My name is Balisi, so you see the face, Balisi Hopolam from Botswana. So it's quite exciting to see how the private sector has taken up this issue. But my question will be to Pengventuk, because we have Ben Kabaroni. I'm just wondering, out of curiosity, we know what sort of banks do. They sell a commodity, they sell a product, like a loan facility. In your case, it didn't come out quite clear whether it was a loan or it was grant to some of these, because I want to know that. And I wish to also let me just address all the questions before I sit down. To EIF, they're doing a commendable job, and I wish to congratulate them as being the first and still on an upward growing path, and to see them growing. Now, when you are considering accrediting with adaptation fund as well, so that will obviously increase your portfolio. But just out of curiosity, because our government will be keen to know what sort of contribution to job creation in some of your projects as you implement them, so that our MPs want to be held accountable for that. They want to know what impact they're doing. Yeah? And lastly, to NAM Water, water is a scarce commodity. I came in when you were presenting. Have you done projects insofar as desalination plants, because you are near the ocean and obviously you have more water than we do in Botswana, and desalinating? And to the Commonwealth as well. Thank you very much, Carol. I thought we were still with the Zambian delegation, but congratulations. And I want to see what sort of activities are you doing in Botswana in particular, because you did mention that in the absence of a policy or an enabling implementation instrument, you can offer some kind of support to the country to create that environment within which projects can be implemented. Thank you.
All right, I think we hand over to the panelists to just answer.
It's just to answer the question in particular around the types of product that we offered eventually. So in the first place, we created access to funding through listing these instruments on the Namibian Stock Exchange. And we then lent them on as commercial loans to qualifying projects. So these were not grants, they were in fact loans.
Yes, Balis, good to see you again. Yes, we track the kind of social and economic impacts that we attain on the ground. So far, with all these projects we've financed, be it through grants, line of credits, or special relief program, we have calculated about 3,200 jobs, both maintained and created. Yeah. So the interesting example that I want to share is the one that we launched last year, which is an initiative to safeguard the jobs of natural resource managers against the disruption of COVID-19. So what we did, we introduced last year a conservation relief, recovery, and resilient facility. This facility then raised capital from different players, including private sectors. Within a space of 3 months, we raised more than $8 million US. And that $8 million US has been maintaining the salaries of game rangers, the salaries of anti-poaching units for conservancies, operations of conservancies, etc. And we've calculated the numbers of these individuals who are doing incredible work in the conservation area of Namibia, and there were about 630. So just imagine, without that facility created by the EIF, of course, we invited the private sectors, the DFIs, the multilateral institutions to come in and support us, and they did an incredible job. We have been able to maintain the livelihoods of these individuals. We have also been able to maintain the conservation efforts and programs for these affected areas. I think that was one of the examples of our programs that we have initiated at the EIF. Thank you so much.
Jamie?
Thank you very much for that question. You are 100% correct. Namibia is an arid country, and desalination has been considered as one of our options to ensure security of supply, mainly in the coastal area and also in the central area. So the idea of us having our own desalination plant has been on our table for quite some time now, dragging from 1996. And now I see we are moving in the right direction, and it's picking up speed. So what we have done so far is to complete the feasibility study. And in that feasibility study, we have also considered Botswana or Gaborone, for example, not for example, as a city, for us to ensure that that pipeline also extends from Namibia to Gaborone. So there are various options which we are considering there. In detail, we are looking at supply to the coastal area, supply to the central area, and extending it all the way to Gaborone. So the feasibility study is completed, and now we are moving into the phase of looking at the financing model and also looking at the implementation part. That's what we are currently busy looking at. So in addition to the seawater desalination plant, we also have a brackish water desalination plant in the country. The two which I presented, which we are about to complete the last one. There are also other two which are already functional in the northern part of the country. So for the seawater one, very soon you will hear that we are starting construction of our own. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jamie. Kira?
Thank you very much for that question posed to the Commonwealth. Yes, in terms of support that goes to countries under the Commonwealth, specifically on climate finance, this is demand driven. So depending on what the country needs are, for example, if Botswana has gaps that they see that they need support for, The procedure is that then you initiate a request to the Commonwealth Secretariat for technical assistance, and through the Climate Finance Access Hub, an advisor would be deployed to the country that is requesting for this assistance, and the response or how the advisor operates in the country will be tailored to the country needs. So, like I indicated, across Africa, the Pacific, the Caribbean, the needs are different. And so the advisors that have been embedded to these countries are responding to the different needs that the countries have indicated. So that is the approach that the Commonwealth takes. And this helps to ensure that specific capacity needs are addressed, and not in terms of support that is tailor-made and distributed to all countries. So this is the kind of approach that the Commonwealth takes. So if a country has a gap in terms of policy instruments, then the Commonwealth support will come to address in that manner. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Carol. Can you hear me? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here to share lessons and best practices. And I've brought to the floor the best experts that we have from Namibia. And please don't let this opportunity go by. And I invite you to ask them more questions. That's what they are here for. Any questions from the floor? They've shared everything that you wanted to hear. All right, then I'll take over and ask them more questions. Right, Benedict.
Because because there was no question, I don't want to create to dominate. I just have one more question to
Please go ahead, sir.
To the banker. You say, as a bank, one of the facilities that you sell, like in the mortgage division, where people come for loans and all that, haven't you considered a situation whereby when people apply for mortgages, depending on the technology they are going to be employing, whether it be water recycling or a solar panel on the roof, you could vary the percentage of whatever you charge. It could be a necessary incentive, especially if you work with EFI. They can create a situation whereby you have a pool of money. So instead of maybe 10%, for argument's sake, you can say 11%. It makes a very big difference over $1 million or $1 million Namibian dollar over a period of time. And obviously with feed-in tariffs, that can be accommodated. That could be another way of private sector participation and incentivizing green growth, so to speak. Thanks.
Absolutely. I think what we are looking at as a start is just making sure, and as we speak, we are launching this week a new sustainability loan product for various types of asset finance to specifically encourage and incentivize the enhancements of property with various sustainability types of assets. So that's the first start, and your suggestion in terms of partnering with the EIF is definitely welcome, and we'll explore more. Passing on the advantage as far as possible is what makes it more attractive, and there are various opportunities that one can pursue in this regard. But the starting point is making available funding, and that we have embarked upon.
All right, question in front.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Please introduce yourself, Uzo.
Hi, I'm Uzo Makawamara, Advisor Climate Change at the Commonwealth Secretariat. I'm really interested, and congratulations on the launch of your green bond, 3 years now. We're looking to support countries working with our partners, the NDC partnership along the Greening Bonds Initiative. Just for you to please share a bit more on your experience in terms of the issue, but we also want to know what your portfolio has been like in terms of what you've seen so far coming through your pipeline, especially the ratio between mitigation, adaptation, and projects with co-benefits. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll go into as much detail as I can. So our experience has been very good in terms of uptake. When we launched the inaugural green bond, we were very deliberate around price advantage, and we actually excluded bids that did not fall within the range of that price advantage. So that was the starting point. Most of the projects, as I've alluded to earlier, were really solar types of projects. We tried to distribute the bond across more smaller participants. So as opposed to one large project, we tried to fund various small projects just to get a better distribution of these funds. Most of it has been mitigation. I think there's a lot of opportunity still in terms of adaptation. but most of it has definitely been mitigation. So there's a lot of room for growth. This was the first. We're excited, and we would look forward to even further advice and guidance from yourselves in terms of what we could do next in this regard.
All right, so I'll move. Can I? Yeah. I'll move on to the next round of questions. This one is for Benedict. We do have quite a few institutions in country lined up for accreditation to mostly GCF, and also other partners who want to be accredited. What would you advise them? You know, what would be, if you could give them some sort of advice on how to successfully pass that accreditation process?
Yeah, thank you. No, the accreditation process is so robust. Yeah? So it can be a nightmare for institutions, especially those that are not designed as environmental or climate financing institutions, those that aspires to transition.
At all times during your time at the conference, unless you are seated in a room with appropriate distance, or whilst you are eating or drinking or are medically exempt. Thank you for your cooperation.
Sorry, I had to give way for that very important message to pass. For institutions that aspire to transition to low carbon and climate financing, it can be a costly exercise, but it's worth it. Yeah. So it's more about the readiness of such institution. How prepared are they to start the accreditation journey with the Green Climate Fund or any other entity wishing to accredit those institutions? That's number one. And deployment of resources. So the turnaround of communication between the entity and the Green Climate Fund, for example, should be quick, because the Green Climate Fund works with lots of entities that are lined up for accreditation. I remember last time when I looked at their websites, there are about almost 200 entities. Yeah? So if you don't respond timely, they move on to the next entity, and it can be frustrating. So there's a need to assign a team to lead the accreditation process, because the number of questions and issues to attend to, they're so diverse, and that team should have a representation of appropriate experts to respond to the GCF, to provide information to the GCF, to coordinating with the internal structure of the entities. So you need a lawyer, you need an auditor, you need you need a financial expert, you need an environmental expert, you need an administrator to have such a holistic team to respond timely and collect and structure the information as required by the GCF. So you can already tell that this is a huge undertaking. There are more than 400 questions that you have to ask them to respond to in accreditation. So that needs a well-coordinated approach. Some of the measures that an entity undertakes is to improve policies. Yeah? And already that when you are improving policies, they need to be signed off by the board. Yeah? And institutions that are static, that have got systems which the board only meets after 3 months, yeah? You find it difficult to fast track your accreditation process. But if there's that dynamism that you can have your policy updates, approved by the subcommittees and signed off quickly and respond to the GCF. That's what is needed for entities. But most entities, especially well-established ones, they've got these rule books of black and white. So you can only do this. So the kind of innovation, I'm not saying by stepping, processes, but it can be tricky for them. So they have to find some common grounds and a way on fast-tracking decisions, internal approval systems, etc., in order for them to communicate back to the GCF. I think those are the just few insights. There are more to it when it comes to accreditation. Yeah.
I certainly hope that Berenice and James were taking notes, because they have also been nominated by the government to be accredited to the GCF. So if you need a one-on-one with Benedict and the team, their doors are open. So my next question to Berenice is, why is Pengventuk the green bank of choice?
Yes, Benedict, thank you so much. We've positioned ourselves as a pioneer in this area, and we're definitely very committed to seeing this through. There's been a lot of learnings, and we continue to learn and grow. But we also see this as a profound opportunity. And so it's not just about the commitment, it's also about the opportunity. We are a member of the NASDAQ Sustainable Bond Network, which also lends a lot of credibility to our $5 billion Namibian bond program, sustainability bond program. We do believe that we have a role to play in this, and we will continue to launch new products and innovate. As was mentioned earlier, this week we are launching a new loan product to assist smaller businesses and individuals in accessing climate type financing, and also being more inclusive around individuals being able to manage their own carbon footprint. So it's also about inclusion, it's also about allowing a wider participation. And so we'll continue to invest, we'll continue to innovate, and we are committed to ensuring that our products and services align to the objectives of climate change and the transition to a low carbon, climate resilient economy. In conclusion, I think I would like to mention that a lot of our commitment and participation is not really so much about the accolades that we've received or the recognition that we've received. It's really about doing the right thing for the right reason. And that is what drives us in this regard. It is the right thing to do, and we are doing it for the right reasons. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Berenice, for that. Jamie, moving on. Water security is very important for Namibia. So with your adaptation project, what are the plans to replicate that or upscale that to other parts of the country?
Thank you, Bernadette, for that very important question. I think, as I've mentioned earlier, that this is a pilot project. We are testing this membrane technology, which are powered by hybrid renewable energy. So there are specific objectives which we need to achieve in this project, and replication is also among those objectives. So we need to replicate it, but however, this replication need to be informed by the outcome of the pilot project. So far, we have completed the design part. We have acquired knowledge and skill on how to design the technology. We have completed the construction part. We have contractors in Namibia who can do it. The next step now is to look at the issue of affordability of this desalinated water. That's the R&D component part of it. So after looking at the affordability issue, we look at the acceptability. And these are communities, and you need to assess whether they will accept this water or not. We'll also look at the issue of viability and maintainability of this technology. You can't deploy it in a community and tomorrow it's broken and there is no water. So we are looking at that also. And the last one which we are looking at is the quantification of minerals in the brine. As you know, the evaporation ponds, which are part of this brackish water desalination plant, they take up like half of the price, and they are very costly to construct. So we are looking at quantifying the mineral content in the brine to see if value can be added, if that can be extracted. With that, we are partnering with some R&D institutions in Spain, where we are doing the quantification of the minerals. So as the minister has indicated in the video, that now we can look at how we can take this technology somewhere. And he also mentioned that there are a lot of areas where we have water quality challenges, especially groundwater. So once we have all this information, then that will inform our replication step into other areas to ensure that water is secured and water is of good quality supplied to the people and their health are not at risk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jamie, for that insight. Carol, from your experience, how can national entities prepare in advance to apply for climate financing, and what structures need to be in place for them to execute such support?
Thank you, Bernadette. And I think the question comes timely after Benedict responded as to what lessons EIF can share with other entities that are vying for accreditation. I think first things first, like he mentioned, picking up from his statement that you have to assess yourself if you are ready. So the beginning point is you have the interest to be accredited as a national implementing entity. The question would be, how ready are you? And you know, an entity or institution doesn't have to grapple with that question because within the Green Climate Fund, there is support for readiness assessment. So an institution working with the Commonwealth, with the capacity of embedded advisors, come up with a proposal to access support to do institutional self-assessment to see what gaps are prevailing that needs to be addressed before you actually submit application to the NDA for accreditation. But as the institution looks through, if they are doing their self-assessment, there are certain pertinent issues that are required to be put in place. For example, issues to do with fiduciary standards. How are your finances managed? How is accountability done? Are your audits up to date? So you look through your systems, and these have to be in-house. So you can't point to another institution to say, no, say ABCD institution does audits for us. You have to demonstrate that as an institution, you have capacity to do accounting, to do audits, to prepare financial statements, and so on. Other issues that needs to be in place are to do with environmental and social safeguards. These have become very important, and beyond the GCF, almost all funders now are requiring that institutions that are accessing finances as implementing entities need to demonstrate that they have an integrated system to undertake and comply to environmental and social safeguards. And these also include requirements for gender integration. If you look through most of the proposals that are required to go, for example, to the GCF, there's always a question asking, how are you integrating gender in the project development, but also how do you see it featuring in the implementation? So those are some of the things that are required to be addressed. The other important thing is the funder will not just want to put money in as the institution. You demonstrate everything else, but you're not able to monitor and report. So monitoring, evaluation, and reporting as a way of feeding back and providing a level of comfort to the funders also are required to be integrated in-house. So institutions that are doing this are already in the process of being accredited, required to have these kind of systems in-house and ensure that if they are available, if these systems are in place, you look at how strong are they. So you strengthen them, and looking at such capacity needs, this is where the Commonwealth comes through with the Finance Access Hub to build capacities and enable institutions to be firm enough and provide confidence to the funders to access financing.
Thank you so much, Carol. In as much as we want this money, yeah, I'm coming to you, so don't worry. In as much as we want this money, there's definitely, we need to illustrate confidence to the people who are giving us this money that we are going to use this money for the right purpose. We will report as they require us to report, and most importantly, we will do as we had set ourselves out in the different project proposals. I will open this round up for questions, and sir, you have the floor. Please just introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. My name is Francis Impampi from Zambia. Our colleagues in Namibia have done a tremendous job, and I think we've been to Namibia to see what they've done, and we really appreciate and learn a lot. My question specifically goes to the bank, and I would like to find out, I know that traditional banking is not configured to handle green issues. What did you do as a bank to prepare yourself to handle issues to do with green banking?
Thanks for the question. I think, it's really having the right people in your team at the right time. I think that I can completely attribute this to having the right people in the team that just raised and researched these issues. And I think when we look at Namibia and our natural competitive advantage in some of these green matters, it just came together very well for us in terms of, as I said earlier, not only the commitment to achieving an economy that's more climate resilient, but it was also just looking at the viability from a technical and commercial perspective of these projects. So I think from a banking perspective, it's looking at this with a lens of both opportunity and commitment. And that's, I think, what helped us. It was leadership buy-in. It was having the right people in the team to escalate, to raise, to explore these options, innovating, and also, I suppose, in some instances, piloting new ideas in this regard. And I think it's my encouragement to all financial institutions is to really explore this area and to see what's possible. I think there's a lot more that we can do in terms of just the innovation around green financing. And once you start, it really becomes a lot, you see a lot more than you see at the outset in terms of opportunity, in terms of innovation, in terms of access. So that's what we've done.
You have a follow-up question? All right, please go ahead.
Thank you so much for that response. Were there specific skills that the bank had to bring on board?
Yes, we brought on board a gentleman who happens to have a master's degree in agricultural science. And when we looked at sustainable agriculture, I think it just led us down this journey of looking at sustainability across the board. In 2014, our group board already adopted sustainability as a key strategic imperative, and that also paved the way. So if you look at our strategy, sustainability is a key component of, or key objective that we wish to deliver. So it's, yes, it needs to cascade down from the top, but you can't only have it in your strategy. You need to make sure you have the individuals who are passionate about this in your teams and the leaders who are committed to see this through. So it starts with the vision, it starts with the strategy, but it is enabled by the right teams and making sure that the skills mix does sort of lean towards incorporating these types of ideas.
All right, thank you so much. Are there any other questions from the audience? Yes, please, sir, introduce yourself and ask your question.
Good morning, everyone. I am Ngamiso Gampalala. I'm from the Kingdom of Eswatini. I would like to direct my question also to the bank in terms of how did you come up with strategies, or what strategies did you put in place in order to manage the increased risk from climate change projects? And I understand you're also supporting agricultural activities. Did you, how did you, because back in my country, the banks, they shy away from supporting agri-based businesses or projects because of the increased level of risk with the climate change impacts that we are seeing now. So what did you do? How did Namibia integrate the element of risk in their financing? Thank you.
Yes, you've asked me quite a few questions in one, and I'll try and address all of them. I think just looking at when I speak specifically, I'll be talking to Pengventuk in this context. We've always had a large market share in agriculture, especially in terms of cattle farming. So we've already been exposed to that sector, as based on our historic engagement with these clients. We've always looked at risk at a deal specific level, but also at a sectoral level. And it's really been a factor of making sure that we understand that without understanding climate risk, we don't understand total risk. So making sure we understand the full ambit of risk, which includes climate risk. Namibia is quite a small country, and so we need to continuously seek opportunity within our current client base, and we obviously benefit from the fact that our clients, once our clients are more sustainable, we benefit from that. So when we look at the type of challenges that the agricultural sector faces, it was incumbent on us to be involved and to solve as much as we can through traditional products. But what we are doing now is exploring more sustainable agricultural practices. We haven't yet fully incorporated those, but it is an area that we are exploring and that we wish to assist our clients with through embedding practices that will help them somehow combat the impact of climate change on their particular environments. So it's really been, it's a journey. We've embraced the challenge, but we haven't fully solved it in all regards.
Thank you, Berenice, for that. Are there any other questions from the floor? You have taken enough notes?
Bernadette, I have one question
All right.
from the Namibian youth that I would like to address to EIF, Pengventuk, and the Commonwealth. I read, Namibian youth is ready to tackle issues of climate change and demonstrate what they can do in that area. However, finance becomes a problem. How can in Namibia youth access climate finance through the bank or through EIF, and maybe the advice from the Commonwealth advisors?
All right, maybe we can start with Carol.
Yes, I can start. My colleagues will build on the other parts of the question. Specifically for the interest of the Commonwealth, I'm glad to share that within the Commonwealth structure, we have a program that is dedicated to the youth. And throughout the period that we've been hosting various panel discussions, we've had discussions dedicated to the youth, led by the youth ambassadors from within the Commonwealth and across the regions where the Commonwealth Youth Program has presence. And I'm glad, I think Namibia also has an ambassador. She must be in the audience with us. So indeed, for youth participation in climate actions in the countries where the Commonwealth has presence, is that the youth need to, for example, make themselves active, be proactive, and register presence with the institutions that are already in place, so you don't work in silos. One example is that when, for example, an institution is coming up with projects that has to do with the climate change, and youth representation is available, it is always important then that the needs of the youth are integrated in such proposals, so that at implementation stage, youth participation is ensured. And that is one clear way and more effective way that the youth can participate in climate actions. Of course, in some of the countries, we have very good youth organizations that are standing alone and are able to come up with their own projects that they would want to implement, to appeal to their peers. These are also encouraged, but of course, to ensure that there's inclusivity in terms of climate actions where youth, gender, and social inclusion is promoted, this is encouraged that youth needs are integrated within the projects that are coming from countries. So that's what I can advise. But of course, if the youth organization is strong enough and they're able to come up with project proposals, of course, support can be provided to generate these.
All right. Berenice?
Yes, thank you very much. I'd just like to add on to what Carol has already said. Really, in terms of the access to climate finance, we follow an inclusive approach, and it normally starts with the underlying project. So coming up with a project so it's the intent of the capital that obviously one has to look at, of the viability, both technical, financial, but also the discipline and financial discipline around the process, and the ability to monitor and track progress, as well as where funds are deployed. So it's very important, I think, for the youth to realize that there isn't a specific exclusion of the youth. In fact, they are included. But it does come with an obligation to be very well organized, to identify a project that actually makes sense in terms of achieving the outcome it's intended to, and is likely to do so. And then accessing capital through various institutions, including banks, but being able to show clear accountability in terms of financial discipline and also financial returns that would be generated by such a project.
Thank you. Benedict?
Yes. If we embrace a financial inclusion policy that takes into consideration the youth, vulnerable groups, previously disadvantaged Namibians, etc. So one of the issues that we should always remember is that finance will never be enough. There's a lot of demand out there than the resource on the market, and that's why we are at this COP, trying to discuss and negotiate on issues of finance, as well as Article 6 of the COP. But we have made efforts within our limited resources at the EIF, where we've partnered with the UNDP and Standard Bank, which is a commercial bank, and we established a facility called the Sustainable Development Goal Facility, SDG. That facility is open for the youth, and in our interpretation as per the law, the youth are those below the age of 35. So they can apply to that facility for green enterprises, businesses, ideas. They can also use that facility to guarantee a loan with Standard Bank. We also provide interest subsidies to Standard Bank on innovative ideas. And it should be mentioned that not all ideas will be accepted. Just to build on to my colleagues from Pengventuk, we're looking for competitive, bankable ideas. As much as they are youth, we're looking for innovation. Of course, youth are innovative when it comes to the fourth industrial revolution, IT, and so forth. We encourage them to visit our office. And as I say, we will need to filter the ideas. They'll need to go through the appropriate due diligence. We are using the monies, the resources that are channeled through us with a high level of due diligence, high level of responsibility. So we need to pass that one on to the applicants, whether it's a female or a youth or a veteran youth, whatever we classify them. So, but what we call is that our office is ready to receive these applications. The contact person there is Cosmas Shanduka. He's also a youth, and they are managing all this program together with Standard Bank. Thank you so much.
All right. I hope the youth have taken note of that. I wish we had more time to cross-fertilize ideas. As you can see, the Namibian team is they've come prepared. And in the essence of time, I would welcome the panelists to just deliver their closing remarks. I'll start with Carol. Closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Bernadette, and thank you to the audience that came through. Of course, it was an early start, the first session of the day, but we are delighted that you've been with us throughout. My concluding remarks is that the Commonwealth Secretariat, through the Climate Finance Access Hub, remains with its doors open to countries that would want to receive technical assistance, but also within in-country, to stakeholders that would want to be provided with support to generate proposals.
All right. Jamie, closing remarks?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and thank to our audience in attendance and those who are listening online. My closing remark is that the effect of climate change on water in Namibia, it has been there and we're experiencing it on a daily basis. So we need to innovate to ensure that we have a water secured country. From NamWater side, we are trying our best. However, we will also need effort from all the stakeholders to come on board to ensure that we have a water secured nation. So since I'm with my colleagues from the bank here, I think it will also be good if you can consider looking at initiatives on water which you can finance to ensure that we bring all the effort together. Otherwise, water will become a limiting factor in terms of development. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jamie. Berenice?
Yes, thank you very much. And my concluding remark really is just to invite the private sector to get more involved. I think the time is now to act, to get involved, to make a change. From Pengventuk and the Capricorn Group's perspective, we are committed to see this journey through. Our doors are open. We're open for business with regards to climate change. And so my appeal is to the private sector to really get involved. I believe Namibia is on the cusp of something great. I think Namibia has woken up to this opportunity and is the country to come to and to get involved in terms of climate change and what we can do to combat as well as to mitigate climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Berenice. Benedict?
Yes, my take-home message is that we are working in a sector that is evolving. We are learning by doing. Some have said we are flying a plane while constructing it. But I think the most important thing is, as this is evolving, we need high risk, a high level of risk appetite. Yeah. If we're risk averse, to embrace climate science, it will be extremely difficult. Yeah. So we need to jump on on a wagon. We learn by doing. Yes, there'll be mistakes, but we will learn from those mistakes. We'll perfect over time. I'll be able to make a meaningful impact. Yeah, in terms of combating the effects of climate change. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much to my panelists. Thank you for availing yourself for the early start for today. This has also been our last session as the Namibian government, the Namibian delegation here at COP. And I would also like to thank the audiences online for tuning in, for the people who joined us in person here at COP. And with that, I would like to say thank you and adios.
All right, thank you, everyone. No. Sorry. Welcome, everyone, to our Commonwealth Pavilion. The event this morning is titled Pathways for Inclusion in the Implementation of the Paris Agreement in Africa. The event, of course, is co-organized by our host at the Commonwealth Secretariat, Climate and Sustainable Development Network, Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, Women Environmental Program, Climate Reporters. My name is Pius Oko. I'm the Project Officer for Climate and Sustainable Development Network and a member of the Commonwealth Climate Youth Network. My job this morning, of course, is very simple. As a moderator, sure to keep the conversation and also to make sure that, of course, time is kept. But before we proceed, it's an honor to invite the Federal Ministry of Environment, represented by the Department of Climate Change, the Acting Director, Hajia Halima Bawa Buhari, to give us her opening remarks. Thank you.
I can remove my mask. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored and privileged to present this opening remark on this very important side event. As I see Pius is in the formal Nigerian wear with the agbada today. So that shows how important it is. He's out of the t-shirt today. I just want to let us know that the Paris Agreement commitments that government made is to take climate actions. It is also to deliver this agenda successfully. Government must engage with all sectors of the society, including the civil society. Let me reiterate at this point that Nigeria is fully committed to fulfilling its pledge to combat climate change along with the international community through the Paris Agreement that has been pledged since 2015. As you may recall, the country recently submitted her revised NDC commitment to the UNFCCC. In the recently submitted commitment, the country has expanded its ambition. We have increased the target sectors. We also pledged to reduce carbon emissions by 20% by 2030. And with our own resources, we also committed to 47% reduction with international support. The outcome of Cop26 will accelerate and intensify the actions and investments needed for a sustainable low carbon future. Additionally, Cop26 aims to increase the ability of countries to deal with the impacts of climate change and at making financial flows consistent with low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient pathway. To reach these ambitious goals, appropriate mobilization and provision of financial resources, a new technology framework and enhanced capacity building needs to be put in place, thus supporting action by developing countries and the most vulnerable countries in line with our own national objectives. We're very hopeful that COP26 will enable the fulfillment of these aspirations. Today, as always, the government recognizes the roles of civil society organizations and uses this opportunity to thank you all for the input during our revision process. We will continue to follow a participatory and fully transparent approach, taking into consideration vulnerable groups, communities, and ecosystems. I would love to reiterate that civil societies are a key stakeholder in national and international climate processes. They play a powerful role in contributing to bringing ground level or community level vulnerabilities into decision-making processes. They also help with providing technical support and research. They also help in advocating for ambitious action, creating awareness, building capacities, and of course, enhancing resilience of the most vulnerable populations. To ensure that CSOs engage in a consistent and regular manner and enable them to contribute constructively to NDC-related processes at country as well as international level, a number of gaps, needs, challenges, and recommendations have been identified through our regional workshops held during the revision of the NDC. The government has noted these recommendations and will be translating it into concrete strategies for creating enabling environment for an all-inclusive NDC implementation plans. So, to everyone, development partners, financiers, federal, state, local government representatives, technical experts, consultants of CSOs, organized private sector, all of you involved in our endeavor to deliver a low emission development trajectory, we encourage more collaboration. If one succeeds, we all succeed. Furthermore, I invite you to share in the Federal Ministry of Environment's sense of mission and urgency. Those of you who have engaged us, we appreciate this already. This vision can only grow as the problems we are facing continue. Your presence here means you believe we can surmount every climate change challenge, and every one of you has a part to play. I thank all partners who made this event possible. I wish you all the best at today's event and in your future endeavors. I thank you all.
Thank you so much, the DCC, Madam Halima Bawabwari. Of course, let's not waste time any longer, and let's turn over to Mrs. Uzomaka Omara, Advisor Climate Change to the Commonwealth Secretariat, to give us the context of the Commonwealth in its role, bringing inclusivity into the push to reducing emission as a target of the Paris Agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pius, and welcome everyone to this event. Thank you for making out the time. I'll start by saying in the Commonwealth family, we have the Commonwealth Foundation, which is our accredited organization that focuses on engagement with our civil society partners. Now, when it comes to climate change, I don't know how many of us were able to attend the event yesterday, but just to let you know, at the Commonwealth Secretariat through our foundation, we have a toolkit, a guidance toolkit that has been developed to support climate action with civil society organizations within the Caribbean, working with UNDP and the Global Environment Facility. And in that regard, we are looking to scale this up across regions, drawing from the learnings from that guidance toolkit. But for today's meeting, two things I would like to highlight in terms of inclusivity with respect to implementing and accelerating achieving the targets of our Paris Agreement. The first one being in terms of working with public and private sector. Already, we understand there is a need to blend financing across public-private sector. But in this regard, most often the conversation is always around big private sector, the big institutions. But we need to remember private sector is not homogeneous. It's cross-cutting, and you have small organizations as well. And what I would like to highlight here is how that in working with innovative financing instruments, addressing the risks, whether real or perceived from private sector, there's something to be said about project restructuring, whereby you sequence the kind of instruments you use across the cycle of the projects to ensure that you don't crowd out private sector, but bring them in across all the different tiers. The second point I'd like to highlight, and this came out strongly in Madam Halima's keynote address, was in terms of getting the whole of society. When we talk about inclusiveness, we need to look across the whole strata. When we talk about Paris Agreement, the main tool, as we know it, the policy instrument, is the nationally determined contributions. Again, we've looked at engaging women and young people in terms of how we implement these NDCs. Now, engagement is across decision making. Again, when you look at the design, the planning, the implementation of those NDCs. And of course, I think one thing I would like to highlight again in terms of implementation is for us to see our civil society as agents of positive change for climate action. When we come to the technologies, the means of implementation, they're not only users, but they should be seen as the engineers, the producers of technology, especially women and young people. These are the entrepreneurs that we have, these are the engineers we have. Again, at the Commonwealth, over 60% of our population, out of the 2.5 billion that we have, are young people. So we cannot afford to not include them in the discussions, the decisions, the implementation. Really important. One last thing to say here is how that, yes, we're here at COP, looking at the Paris Agreement under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, but this is not in isolation of the national plans, the sustainable development economic plans of our countries. We have all our member countries who have signed up to the UNFCCC, but we remember that there are 3 real conventions, and this is within the wider objective of sustainable development. Let's look at inclusiveness in that aspect as well, such that when we're working on all these targets, we remember the resources are not infinite. You're talking human resources, financial resources. It's usually the same ministries working across the same conventions. Can we find a way to build synergy to take this forward? I'll summarize by saying at the Commonwealth Secretariat, we have the Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub, and the model is such that we have long-term experts embedded in country to actually do all these things that we've been saying. Even within the Secretariat, we work across an inclusive environment, working with a Blue Charter, a proposed Living Lands Charter, to ensure we look at land, ocean, atmosphere, so that and working across all strata of society to ensure that we have a well, robust, comprehensive plan of action. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Of course, the Commonwealth has also reiterated its effort in ensuring multi-stakeholder approach in its drive to ensure that the Paris Agreement is being achieved. Of course, Professor Magnus, the private sector is an engine room propelling Paris Agreement implementation in Africa. And of course, energy is core. I know there have been some research, of course, even jointly with CSOs in Africa around if Africa is really ready, and also assessing the NDC implementation in Africa, which of course you are key to this. Professor Magnus, can you maybe throw more light on that for us, and also help us to understand how inclusivity can drive and propel the Paris Agreement implementation in Africa? Thank you.
Thank you, Pius. Good morning, everyone. Of course, let us be conscious of the fact that the key document for the effective and result-oriented implementation of the Paris Agreement is the policy document, the NDC, the Nationally Determined Contribution. The 54 Commonwealth country I'm aware of the fact that they are signatory to that. And the key issue now is because how do we implement the strategy? There were conditional commitment of 20% within the Nigerian context, and 47% unconditional. That's what the director DCC has just said now, subject to international support. And I'm aware of the fact that all the 53 other countries of the Commonwealth, have those conditional and unconditional commitments. But beyond the signature, what are the plans towards the implementation? Just like Pio said, I was part of the 5-man experts that did the tracking and monitoring of the NDC implementation plan for Africa, using 8 African pilots as the pilots. And that was a PACJA project funded by African Development Bank and some other ODS assistance, UNDP and stuff like that. Now, and we came up with 5 components of NDC components. And each countries we x-rayed, like I covered Nigeria and Gabon. We look at the mitigation actions, the adaptation actions, the climate finance scenarios, the technology, the MRV system. And that document is very rich. It was peer reviewed and validated. That was during the COVID. And I believe that I'm aware of the fact that the Commonwealth is also doing a similar thing, so to speak. And that's why the need for them to coherence. Let's not operate in silos. They need to pick up that document and look at it. What was in that document? Within the Nigerian context, we put it that since 2000, after the signature, the DCC, which is the National Authority of Nigeria, came up with the scenarios of what are the mitigation actions, what are the adaptation programs. The policy issues wasn't put in place, and the issue of policy is no longer, a minus. And they went in and began to develop capacity for an MRV system. MRV is very critical in the effective implementation of respective countries' NDC. MRV is what are you measuring, especially within the mitigation aspect component. What mitigation projects you have within the 5 sector that has now been revised, just like this is said, to 7 sector. So you look at the FOLU sector, the IPPU, the oil and gas, the power sector, and the transport sector. Now we have included waste and water resources. Now, when you have done the GHG inventory, then you down set to the provision for NAMAs, nationally appropriated mitigation actions. That's where the private sector is going to come in, so to speak. These are the projects that has emission reduction potentialities. It is, I must tell you, I'm from Nigeria. I'm using Nigeria as a context that we have found it gone so well that the policies, everything's in place right now. We developed our NAMAs in 2017. If you look at Nigeria's NAMAs, so I've called the 5 sectors, and now we have included the two other sectors in the revised version. And our NDC, in fact, by 2018, when we submitted our second BUR, it was well received at Bonn. I was there, it was well received, as a matter of fact. So what I'm trying to say in effect is that all countries must, as a matter of priority, look at their NDC implementation based on the 5 components that I've just identified now. Within that scenario, when you have done your NAMAs, that will give you provision for climate financing. You cannot just go and assess climate financing when you have the scenario, when you have not done, look at the volume of CO2 you are going to, because under the new market mechanism of the Paris Agreement, expected to take off, I'm happy that the rule book is being tidied up now. I'm very, very, very positive. So the Paris Agreement, the Article 6 is going to be effective by 2023. I'm very positive. Also, dual market mechanism, you cannot do it when you don't have your, what are the projects, because the Annex 1 are interested in our certificates, and ours is giving, let's have their technology, let's have their capacity building training, and of course, funding. This thing will be done when you have put in business models, develop, business models for this interaction under ITMO. Under ITMO scenario. There's no time, but the truth of the matter is that all the 54 countries must have a clear-cut scenarios. And let me tell you one thing we have also done in Nigeria. We have just been, luckily I was part of the circular economy program that is being done now, because everything we're talking here about the decarbonization process, our president said our net zero is 2060, not even 2050. That's what Mr. President. So now we have also developed a scenario under the circular economy. Whether you're doing blue economy or bioeconomy or green economy, it's all boiled down to the circular economy paradigm. That is the movement towards low carbon resource efficient economy. Production alone takes 62% of emission, the CO2 production. And that's why the idea of circular economy is a strategy towards elimination of waste. Now, so in a scenario plan, that's what, within the Nigerian context, the policies have been put in place from 2020 to 2024. I know the MRV system, the NCCRP, the EU also are coming to assist us to develop more capacity on measurement, reporting, and verification. It's ongoing now. The DCC will agree with me that the project is ongoing right now. It's a 4-year program too. So, and I expect also the other African countries will be very, very MRV compliant. So by 2027, Nigeria will expect the decarbonization process across the 5-7 sectors. And that's why the business people, the business opportunities is expected, so to speak. And the issue of financing is very critical. We have also said that third-party financing will not be sustainable within the African context, because there is this issue of when somebody got in third-party financing, more than 60 or 70% of that finance goes to the donor country by way of providing technical support, and the impact will not be more. So we're looking forward to direct funding under the climate finance, green climate fund scenarios. And we said we have 3 institutions in Nigeria that has registered for direct: Bank of Industry, NASAL, the CBN, and the Development Bank of Nigeria. Nigerian government is assisting them. So when you have a direct funding, because the money we're talking about here is trillions of dollars, and it cannot be, and that's why the impact, we want to make sure that the impact is felt. And of course, also, we're also keen into the scenario of cryptocurrency. And I'll agree with you that these trillions of dollars that we're going to have, even if it comes from conventional currency, that the fiat, we're also keen into the digital economy. In fact, right now, even in the next 1 hour or 2, we'll be launching the Zuga Green Coin at the Nigerian Center. It's all boiled towards ensuring that most of this, putting Nigeria and Africa in context, assuming the emerging cryptocurrency come to fruition. And of course, not coming to fruition is a given right now. So in effect, it's a win-win for a Commonwealth. I've watched what Commonwealth is doing about climate finance, about adaptation projects, about mitigation. Commonwealth have been very, very active. But I'm of the the opinion, one of the outcomes of this conversation that they should go what PACJA has done for African Union. PACJA is the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. They did that a thorough NDC implementation and monitoring and tracking tools, using the 5 indicators: adaptation issues, the mitigation, climate finance, the MRV, and technology. And it's very, very critical that if we look at that, it's going to really help Commonwealth, because somebody has done something in that regard. So and in terms of inclusivity, of course, gender issue, climate action, gender climate action has come up here, very, very active. You cannot carry out this mitigation action if you don't carry women and youth along. And that's why we are proud of what Nigeria is doing, the 5 million solar home system, providing alternative livelihood to women who are going to travel thousands of miles to eke out for firewood. The solar home system is there to mitigate against that issue. And the women are going to be the beneficiaries, rural women, so to speak. And of course, the youth too, as a matter of fact. There is no time, the conversation is ongoing, but I like what the Commonwealth, I want to thank the Commonwealth for this opportunity. And I also reiterate that there need for us to cohere. Let's not operate in silos. If the African Union has done something, you need to go and see what that document and you prove on it. So thank you so much, Pius, and thank you, moderator. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you so much. Professor Magnus Onoha. Professor Magnus is the Vice Chair, Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Association Alliance. Of course, also a consultant with the ATPS and been working with CSOs like the Climate and Sustainable Development Network in Nigeria. Let's get back to the CSO now, or the CSOs. Of course, we are talking of the pathways for inclusivity, and we know that, of course, CSOs are touching the grassroots, or they are back in the grassroots, and also complementing the efforts of the government and also institutions. Sam Jinadu, of course, you are with Climate and Sustainable Development Network, and in championing inclusion of CSOs as partners, of course, and also policy influencers within the face of the NDC implementation in driving the Paris Agreement outcome. Can you share more light on how CSDevNet is driving this within Nigeria and also in partnership for Africa? Thank you.
All right. Thank you so very much, Pius, and thank you, panelists and listeners. I'm really very happy to be here to also share some light on what the civil society, as represented by CSDevNet, is doing with regards climate change in Nigeria. One very common mistake that some of the CSO usually do is to see their role as antagonistic to the government, and that has not really helped, because holding government to account is not antagonizing them. It's a work in partnership, and for us in CSDevNet, it is that understanding that we have that has created a space for us to, bring a whole lot of grassroots and local knowledge to the scene. For us, we are working in partnership with the Department of Climate Change, including the review of the NDC. It was done in partnership with the youth and the civil society organization. When the Department of Climate Change, we are going about consultative meetings, they carry the civil society organization along, and we are part of it. Now, our network spread across the country, so each of the geopolitical zones that they went to, we are actively participating and making contribution to see that the NDC review carry reality that the community is facing. We have youth in the community. We call them CRP, community resource person, that understand the context of what is happening in the community. Because for us in Nigeria, climate reality is different depending on the geopolitical zone you fall. What is happening in the north is different from what is happening in the south. So we needed to mobilize youth into imputing into what the government is doing. So for us, it is that partnership that has helped us to make contribution and participate in government. And we are really very grateful that the government is listening, the government is accommodating, and the government is seeking contribution and collaboration from all parties involved, both the youth, both the women, both the civil, the private sector. So we are very much active. We've done a whole lot of work with the government with regards building collaboration, forming a think tank, that helps the government to understand every context of climate change. So yes, we are actively involved in what the government is doing, making contribution. Thank you so very much.
Yeah, thank you, Sam Jinadu. Okay, women, of course, are the heart of the Paris Agreement achievement. You agree with me? And of course, in Africa, WEP is also a pioneer in terms of fostering this partnership and inclusivity. So, Madam Damaris, I would like you to throw more light on how WEP also is including women in the face of the climate change push, and also helping to fast track climate actions within the communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pius, and good morning, everyone. It's a good thing to be here. When I saw the topic for discussion, I saw inclusion. And for us at WEP, inclusion is very important for us. And achieving a Paris Agreement cannot be possible if we don't partner. And like you said, as civil society, our partnership is with government, private sector, civil society, community-based organization. So for WEP, we're able to partner with the Federal Ministry of Environment under the Department of Climate Change to develop the National Action Plan on Gender and Climate Change. And that action plan was launched by the Honorable Minister for Environment in March. And it's interesting to note that after the development and launching of the action plan, we're able to source for funding to sensitize stakeholders, because in Nigeria, we run the federal system of government. So documents at national level are to be implemented by states. So we have 6 geopolitical zones. So we're able to get funding to sensitize different ministries and civil society organizations at the state level to be able to implement this action plan. So during the meetings, different states came together to develop actions, and we've been following up with them to be able to implement those actions. That's just one thing out of many things that WEP has been doing. And also on our one of our projects is organic farming. We're able to train women in the FCT to be able to produce organic manure and organic pesticides, not to be using chemicals on their farms. So we're talking about green economy. So it's our own way of reaching out to the grassroots women. So we're all here talking about partnership and collaboration. I liked what she said. When we talk about partnership, we look at the bigger picture, big companies, big organization. But what about the grassroots people? So our own work is to make them understand that this climate change that we're talking about, it's not just the big name. This is how it's affecting you, and these are the ways that you'll be able to mitigate or adapt to impact of climate change. So we all need to come together to work to be able to achieve this. And also for WEP, we work with different stakeholders, not just women. We work with traditional and religious people, because these are people that are based at the communities. So we have to build capacity for them. If as a company, you come to a community and you want to get license from a chief to be able to get to cut down trees, that chief should be able to tell you that as you're cutting these trees, you're supposed to be planting. It's not just cutting, it's not just generating income. So that is what we do at WEP. So I'm glad to be here to share this with you. And we also build a capacity of community organization, different civil society organization, to be able to access finances, to be able to implement actions that will tackle issues of climate change. So that's what WEP has been doing, and we hope that through this engagement we'll be able to get more partners to engage different stakeholders and women in issues of climate change.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, we'll be returning to questions shortly, but before then, I know Commonwealth, of course. Let me go back to the Commonwealth, because I'm also part of the inclusive processes of the Commonwealth, championing climate action and solutions, including the youth. So from the framework of the Commonwealth Youth Network, Climate Change Network. Madam Uzomaka, I just want you to kind of reiterate or kind of bring us as a way forward coming out of the Cop26. What are some of the Commonwealth track in terms of inclusivity or bringing more stakeholders or multi-stakeholders back on track in driving the process? Because we know that despite the efforts, there are still challenges. And so how can we break those challenges with inclusive partnership? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I like the word you use, partnership, and maybe just to reflect on what my fellow panel members have said, to reiterate that point, you've just mentioned. So I'll just start from the end. We have the Commonwealth Youth Climate Network. Really pleased to hear that the youth are engaging with the Ministry of Environment in Nigeria. I don't know how many of us realized there was a youth summit in Italy before COP. So that was the prelude to COP. So we actually had our youth representatives from the Commonwealth attend that summit. And there is a Commonwealth Youth Climate Change Declaration. Please have a look. In summary, our youth are present, they're powerful, and they're proactive, they're positive, they have a lot to offer. And it's not just calling, on partners, on the countries, on the nations to say, yes, please do this, but they are also showing what they can do, what they've done. So please be engaged, and I'm really pleased to say we have a very active and vibrant climate change youth network. They presented yesterday as well on the work that they do, and we support them immensely. To Professor Magnus, just to say that, again, partnership. We are members, the Commonwealth Secretariat is a member of the Africa NDC Hub. So I worked with the team on the status of implementation in Africa report that was launched here at COP on the 3rd with the African Development Bank in the Africa Pavilion. So I'm really pleased to also hear if you have further, there was another report you mentioned from PACJA. So we welcome that so that we all collaborate cohesively and work together. Just to say we're strengthening the Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub with a regional advisor. On the 9th, we're very pleased to sign with AUDA NEPAD, the Africa Union Development Agency. We're placing a regional advisor, Commonwealth Regional Climate Finance Advisor in AUDA NEPAD to step up this work going forward. So that's responding to what Pius is saying. And we're already active in 5 member countries, in Eswatini, in Zambia, in Seychelles, and in Namibia. Just to highlight the point that was made in terms of MRV. So monitoring, reporting, verification of carbon emissions. I also want to say that it's monitoring and evaluation of adaptation outcomes, as well as monitoring, reporting, and verification of climate finance. You need these tools to be able to reflect on the actions that you're doing. We're in the 5-year ratio mechanism of the Paris Agreement, whereby every 5 years we need to reflect on what we've achieved and come back with enhanced ambition in our NDCs and have another projection of 5 years going forward. How would we be able to take action if we're not able to reflect and account for what we've done? So it's a feedback loop, feedback cycle. So we need to emphasize that. And this is precisely what we're doing, supporting member countries. One example is in Zambia. We help them set up their systems in terms of MRV of finance. You need to be able to say, this is how much we've received, this is what it has achieved. And then it goes back into the decision making we've talked about, and whole of society has to be engaged and involved. We worked with the Ministry of Economy, Planning, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Environment. So important, and engaging stakeholders as well. And of course, web. This is a passion we have at the Secretariat. Like I said, we have a gender section, climate section. Please have a look at the report when it's launched this at the end of December. We're just taking in input from COP. But what we've done is an extensive review of all our Commonwealth member NDCs to look at how they've integrated gender. Because we know if you have gender inequality in your climate action, you're not going to achieve it. Again, engaging the youth, like we've said. And I think what we try to do here is to not only look at the gaps, but what are the opportunities? And then what are the best practices so that even now, as we're implementing NDCs, we can take this on board. So that report has 18 recommendations across the 5 key areas. I'm so happy Professor Magnus mentioned them. I don't have to say all of them again, but we're all working in the same line. And so on your point in terms of moving forward, we have these established platforms. Are we going to do it alone? No. We work with partnerships. We have to leverage the partnership for accelerated action. Someone said if you want to move fast, move alone. If you want to move far, move together. But guess what? We can move fast, we can move far working together. So that's the approach. We have these established platforms, not only within the Secretariat, but across the institutions. We're partnering. Let's do that together as we move on from COP and achieve our targets under Paris Agreement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So it's time for Q&A. So I turn to our audience. If there's any question targeted at any of the panelists or a general question, please can indicate and then make your comment. Any question? Okay. All right. Sorry.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all of your input, comments, information. It's very, very helpful. Since I have arrived at this COP, and this is my 25th COP, back to Kyoto, one of the issues that I see that has captured the attention, not just in Africa, but throughout the world, is the disproportionate impact of climate on people of color and poor people, in particular in coastal regions. We talked last night at the table about the adverse impact of the climate with respect to sea level rise, saltwater intrusion, the adverse impact just on poor people not being able to get fuel, cutting trees, and lack of electricity, lack of communication devices. It's just an ongoing adverse impact. My question is, how is and will the Commonwealth approach the holistic impacts of climate on poor people in particular?
Thank you. That was addressed to the Commonwealth. Thanks for that. So in 2013, precisely what you said made the Commonwealth heads of government set up a Commonwealth climate finance expert group, because the point was there is finance, but we're not getting that access, especially to our most vulnerable. And if I just would take an opportunity to highlight now that out of the 54 Commonwealth member countries, 32 are small states. And of those small states, 25 are small island developing states. Look around the pavilion, see the oceans. Exactly, coastal management, sea level rise. When you talk about what are the impacts of climate change, of course, temperature rise, but sea level rise. We speak to our Commonwealth members, they tell you, this is where a house used to be, but the ocean has encroached. It's now where you have the Nigerian pavilion. It's happening, it's real. And so in 2015, the recommendation from that expert panel was, look, we need to access the finance that is there. There's a discussion as to whether that's enough or not, but for what is there, can we get that to the most vulnerable so that it's not stuck? You know, a third party, somebody used the word third party here, you know, direct access. So, and this was the birth of the Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub. And maybe just to touch a bit on the model of how the hub is, we are demand driven, we respond to member country requests. They have the Commonwealth Secretariat in Marlborough House in the UK, but our experts are embedded in the government. They have to be on the ground. So we have no skin in the game. And the whole idea is to access those fundings for the organizations in country. And this is where I was talking about our Commonwealth Foundation that works with CSOs. So we work closely with them to ensure that the communities on the ground are part of the project development cycle with the advisors embedded in country on the ground to just respond directly to what you said. I think what I would like to add here is in terms of oceans, coastal, sea level rise issues and all, this is something that's coming out clearly in our portfolio as well. And something we're doing now to strengthen the hub, it's been operational 5 years plus. We've now appointed this month an Commonwealth Oceans Climate Finance expert to address this point again. You know, right now, this is something that it's clear in our portfolio. Over 70% of our portfolio is adaptation. And this is the countries demanding for this expertise. And that's what we're doing. So, yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah.
And let me just add, you just mentioned that adaptation. I think Africa, within the context of Commonwealth, we should be biased towards adaptation issues. Because we were together at that business dinner with the governor, and it was very clear that vulnerability issues is just something, climate is like a monster. The monster is there. What do? You cope. That's the issue of adaptation. What do we do? How do we provide alternative livelihood to this already communities that have seen level rise and stuff like that. And that's why I've seen what she has said. It was very clear. The Commonwealth is very, very consistent. I've seen their scenario, what they have in place. But we want to ask that, yes, I made mention of third party. Let's have a direct access to this fund so that the impact will be much. Africa should be biased towards adaptation. We're not ruling out mitigation action because that's where. And when we are reviewing, when we are doing this training on negotiators, I remember one point we raised, whether you're doing adaptation measures or mitigation, let's have projects, bankable projects. And that is why, if you don't just, you have to develop capacity on how to generate these projects and these numbers that will be funded. And I think I agree with what she said, that we're on course. And we also believe that the Commonwealth, what they have put in place, that is going to, between now and the next 25 years, that's 2021, 22 to 2027, that, to 2025, that something positive will come out from Commonwealth. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The Commonwealth. Okay. Another question.
Thank you all to the panels for your incisive presentations. This question just came to mind. We are talking about inclusive pathways to implement the Paris Agreement. And as you all know, the Paris Agreement is to be implemented by countries. And in countries, it's not just to be implemented by the focal point, which is ministries of environment in most cases. But what I see in countries, especially in African countries, is that focal ministries like Ministry of Environment take more action and they try to do all that it takes to bring other ministries or agencies of government to support the implementation to make it holistic. But it has always proven to be a challenge, and it is impossible to achieve the goal of the Paris Agreement if other ministries or agencies of government or the private sector are not fully involved. So given this challenge of getting other agencies of government to fully commit to implementing climate actions, what do you think? This question does not go to just a particular panelist. Anyone can answer. What do you think are the best approaches that the federal ministries of environment should adapt to get other government ministries to fully commit to implementing climate action so as to be able to achieve the Paris Agreement? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. For the sake of time, we'll just have 1 minute each to the panelists to speak on this for anyone that want to react. Thank you.
Okay, let me go first. So for me, I think there is something the Mrs. Halima said in her remark. She said, at the end of COP, we hope that we all have enhanced capacity to implement this Paris Agreement. I think most people are still at that level of not having that capacity or the understanding of what climate change is and its impact on us. So they don't really take it serious. So the first thing is to build their capacity to understand that we have all these crises and it's going to impact on us if we don't take such actions to mitigate or adapt, like he's saying. So that is one. And also issues of finance. People don't want to commit to projects when there is no funding. So capacity building for access to finance is also important. So for me, we have to enhance their capacity and ensure that there is access to finance.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So let me quickly add a comment to what she said. The implementation is not done in silos. So for the government, yes, there is that need to have an interministerial approach, so that even in the government, whatever the government is doing, they are buying into the deliverables that comes with implementing Paris Agreement, and carrying everybody along, both the private and the civil society people, is very important. I don't think anybody can have a lion's share. Yes, the government is coordinating in a way because decision, policies, laws must be enacted by the government and must be carried out by the government, but to a large extent, they have to create more room for other people to come. And again, to also have, like a think tank from every sector, so that the implementation is holistic, and you have diverse approach to it. So it's not just a single person, but it must be a holistic approach. Thank you.
So let me say, let me answer your question. The focal ministry, the Ministry of Environment, within the current green economy paradigm, it is still public sector dominant, because private sector are coming in now because there are scenarios of the risk elements. We have done environmental and social risk. So initially it was public sector dominant, and that's why investments, you see government putting money on that. But now there's NDC partnership and all that. They're coming in to see, look at the scenarios, private sector, these are the opportunities for you to drive in. But that's why in the Paris Rule Agreement, these are one of the issues that we have discussed. So it is a win-win. The private sector are coming in now. So it is not as if it's only the DCC are doing everything in the budget. But you look at this, in the next 5 years, you see the active involvement of the private sector, because the banks have come in sustainable. If you look at sustainable banking principles under the declaration, National Capital Declaration in 2012 in Rio, that's where you brought in the private sector, and so they have extracted this risk averseness, and the opportunities are there for private sector to come in.
Thank you so much, Professor Magnus. Okay. Question.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for organizing this. Just two quick comments. One is on the last question on the issue of coordination at the home front. So one of the biggest issues we've had is that, especially in countries like ours, interministerial rivalry or poor coordination is an issue. And that was why initially some of us had advocated for a National Climate Change Commission. However, unfortunately, because Nigeria feels that there's multiple agencies of government, I didn't want more. So that bill didn't go through when it got to the president. But I still think that that's something Nigeria needs to, because climate change is being restricted, it's being put in a silo that is an environment issue. Interministerial coordination, there's an interministerial panel existing in Nigeria, but it's not effective. And when you go down to the sub-states, like sub-national level, it's the same problem we have. So a ministry is planting trees, another one is removing it for other reasons. So that's an issue. The second issue I would just like to quickly place on the table, and this goes to the Commonwealth. It's not, what will climate justice mean to all of us? How much do we think that this multilateral process can generate in terms of commitment, in terms of financing, where the real monies that Africa need to climate-proof itself, to build infrastructure, to prepare to fight this monster of climate change, these monies have been stolen and residing in the same countries that are not paying their ecological debt to us. Our monies are in UK, they are in France, Francophone countries, most of their money goes to France. A lot of our monies are stolen and taken to the UK, and these monies are not being released. These are issues we need to bring to the table. These are the real monies that can help us to develop. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. We're wrapping up. Let me just take the last question, but please be brief, direct. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Tokoni Ngeribika from Nigeria. I'm one of the YDAs, as he said, from CS DevNet. I came in when Prof was talking and I heard briefly, he said something about a third party financing. Okay, as we know, the basics of this whole thing is building capacity, and I would like to say climate education. I'm really big on that because I feel that's the foundation. Then the next big issue is climate financing. So I would like to know if there's any alternative from the Commonwealth Secretariat on how to develop CSOs, on how to access this climate financing. Maybe I wasn't really clear on what he said, but my understanding is we shouldn't depend on third-party financing. So what's the alternative? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. We'll be just having 30 seconds just to respond and also just way forward. I would like you to summarize it to a sentence each. Thank you. Way forward. Can
Okay.
start from anywhere. Thank you.
Maybe I can start and just wrap up everyone. To the gentleman over there, none of us are resilient if all of us are not resilient. So everybody, irrespective of where you are in the global north or south, it is imperative that we all work together to ensure we're all resilient. In terms of capacity, that's one of our main strands of support in the Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub. We have special toolkits for climate change and CSOs and training on how to do bankable projects. We actually go for right shops, as we call them. So back to capacity building. At the Pavilion here last week, we had a session on education, the curriculum, STEM, linking to climate action. So I would just say in terms of way forward, we have established platforms. Please engage with us, and we will see how to continually work together with our partners to deliver on climate action. Thank you.
All right, thank you. One sentence, thank you.
Okay, way forward, let's all develop actions that are gender sensitive budgeting, so that we'll be able to include the vulnerable groups in our climate actions.
Thank you. For the gentleman who talked about funds, let's Africa or indeed Commonwealth make efforts to curb illicit transfer of funds. Yeah, it is not democratic and it's not good for the economy. And I say, let us not operate in silos. Let's go ahead. Let's learn to come together. Well, I think the Commonwealth can be the driving force. I think we are part of the Commonwealth, and I think what we have seen is the way for us. Thank you.
All right. Just to say thank you to Commonwealth for creating this avenue and for expanding the space for youth to even access and build their capacity. I guess we'll be engaging more with you to see how, because we have a large pool of youth-led organization that's spread across the country. So we'll be leveraging on that and partnering with you. Thank you so very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, our panelists and our colleagues. We want to appreciate you on behalf of the Climate and Sustainable Development Network, the organizers of this, and of course our host, the Commonwealth. I want to thank everybody for joining us. Let's keep the conversation. Thank you all. Yes. Okay. So please, we just have a group photo with the panelists just here. Please, thank you.
First one or second? First one. First. Okay. So you are linked there?
मैं क्या मैं हूँ ना मैं ऐसे दिखता हूँ क्या हाँ ये क्या ये 60 years हो गया लग रहा
हो गया
हाँ
सर कर दिया है hey today is Ranjit's birthday
really
is it I don't know because मेरे कुछ notification आएगा रंजित बटा इस रंजित I have मैं उनको सीधा फोन करता हूँ फोन करके बोलो सर हैप्पी बर्थडे टू यू ऐसे ही बोल देता हूँ if he say thanks then tomorrow we'll ask him
So we're waiting on others.
I think we'll start as soon as we hit half past. Javenik. If you can ask Uni to come and sit down. Okay. Oh.
Just the display hasn't gone to mirroring.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting just now. Right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an incredible pleasure to have you this afternoon at the Commonwealth Pavilion to this very important side event on enhancing access to climate finance, operationalizing national climate action funds. You might be aware that the Commonwealth Secretariat, through its flagship program of the Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub, places a great emphasis on facilitating capacity development and access to climate finance. And we deploy national advisors in different member countries as per their request to facilitate the unlocking of climate finance through capacity building and contributions to project development and accreditation efforts for national institutions. And in the context of a multiplicity of climate finance sources, as well as clearer nationally determined contributions, countries have begun developing national climate action funds. This provides an opportunity for countries to create fit-for-purpose institutional and financial stewardship mechanisms for funds from diverse sources, which can often be a limitation to accessing adequate climate finance for actions at scale. Also, they can be created to align with national and sub-national legal and policy environments, governance and fiscal environments as well. So national funds are superbly well placed to facilitate improved coordination, engagement, and innovation as well. And people in this COP have been talking about blending funds, private and public funds, and national funds can play a role in that. In addition to that, they're also quite useful for accounting and reporting of receipts from other international climate funds. So the ability to create such nationally responsive funds is also empowering to national governments because it shifts as well the traditional power relationships associated with funds from donors or donor countries, as we know the global structure at the moment and framework that's there. So as the Commonwealth, we're so delighted to be able to facilitate some learning between national governments and national action, climate action funds. And this event is one such event. So we're bringing together this afternoon representatives from different Commonwealth countries, member countries, that have some experiences to share on their journey towards operationalizing such national funds. And so it gives me great pleasure this afternoon to moderate this event. And our program this afternoon will essentially include some opening remarks from the head of the climate section in the Commonwealth Secretariat, Mr. Uni Nai. And then that will be followed by presentations from the different national climate funds or governments that are present this afternoon. And then we will have a discussion, which I'm sure will be rich with participation from the audience. And then we will then wrap the program with our some closing remarks from our Senior Director, Dr. Ruth Katumuri. So I would like at this point to invite Mr. Uninai, who is the head of the climate change section, just to give some opening remarks and a context for our event this afternoon. So Uni, please.
Thank you, MX. Something went wrong. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, MX. And I think we have sufficiently heard the voices around the need for action around 1.5 and the repercussions of moving to 1.8, and of course the kind of climate finance flow and the need for absorbing the climate finance, deploying it, and of course to implement projects in the ground to have impact. So I think that's the proof of the whole effort actually. So we have seen over the years that through the international funding mechanisms like the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, etc., countries are trying to access resources. It's difficult to access resources, but it's tedious and it's time taking. So we looked at different solutions basically in terms of how we enhance the absorption or how we enhance the number of proposals that are submitted. And what we found is that individual bilateral proposals taking so much of time is not going to basically increase the pot for the member countries. And definitely the need here is to set up more structured subnational funds. Yesterday we were in the GCF event where accreditation was discussed, and accreditation is still an evolving process where member countries are getting their national entities accredited to access this resource, but whether the national entities are sustaining that kind of momentum and also evolving according to the evolution of the climate finance landscape is something which is still to be reviewed. So that's going on. So right now they're coming up with project-based accreditation also, so which is basically having its own challenges at the same time. That's also a new step. So what we thought is to discuss today the relevance of subnational funds, having the fiduciary norms, the environmental and the social governance principle, the gender standards, so that it can access more financial resources at scale to have transformative impact. I think that's fundamentally what this COP is going to finally end up doing. So we have 3 regions represented. We have the National Adaptation Fund, the national implementing entity for the National Adaptation Fund of Government of India, National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development being represented. Here we have the Trust Fund from Tonga, and we have the fund from Fiji, which is basically focused on adaptation and mitigation efforts. And also from the Caribbean, we have the Sustainable Island Fund, which is the SURF Fund, which is basically again being designed to look at the OECS region and support. So with further ado, it's in a very interesting panel. We'll listen to how the subnational funds are gearing up to receive resources, at the same time how the subnational funds are developing project proposals at scale to have transformative impact. So I give it back to my colleague MX to take the moderation forward. Thank you very much, and wish all success for this evening.
Thank you very much, Uni. And with those remarks, I am so delighted this afternoon to have first to present this afternoon to us, Martin. Martin is the Climate Finance, National Climate Finance, Commonwealth National Climate Finance Advisor in Tonga. And he has a vast experience around the creation of national funds, not just in Tonga, but elsewhere. So we're very delighted to have Martin with us to make his presentation this afternoon.
Okay, thank you, MX. Could you put up the slides on Tonga for me, please? Thanks. Okay, good afternoon and welcome. Now, a national fund is a financial vehicle that countries would have set up so that they could achieve the long-term strategies and policy. Is that mechanism that is there that receive the funding and channel it to local communities or to government agency and other agency. And it usually have all of the fiduciary and operational standards already set up. So I would talk about 2 funds in my presentation. I would talk about the Tonga Fund, and then I would compare it to the Antigua and Barbuda Sustainable Island Resource Fund, because I worked with both funds, and Antigua wouldn't be here, so I get more opportunities to stand here. So for the Tonga Climate Change Trust Fund, I want to talk about how we leverage that fund to bring in more funding to Tonga. And I will talk some about the history of the fund and lessons learned when we address the operationalization of the fund and how we mobilize capital for that fund. Just a little background on Tonga. It's Polynesian in the South Pacific, and the World Risk Report of 2015 has it as one of the second most at-risk country in the world because of its exposure and susceptibility to natural disasters and hazards. Right, so some background about the Tonga Climate Change Fund. It came into existence in 2013, and it had its first trial run in 2017. And then it was called the Tonga Climate Change Trust Fund. And it was really set up explicitly to address or alleviate the effects of climate change at the community level. The fund was capitalized by the Asian Development Bank in the tune of 5 million, and 4 million of that funding went to an endowment fund, and which the intention was to, through the interest and capital gains, you would fund projects, and then another $1 million was used to finance projects at that particular time. So what was done is that an operations manual was set up, structures and committees were set up in order to implement that fund. And the fund was managed by the Ministry of Finance and Planning under the Public Finance Management Act of 2002. And it was supervised by a board of directors co-chaired by the Ministry of Energy, Information, Disaster Management, Environment, and Climate Change. And just to say that when that fund was established, that all of the conditions were put in place through an operations manual, which is mainly what countries do in order to set up all of the oversight and the fiduciary and other procedural matters of the fund. So the Tonga Fund, they had all of the funding requirements, the time frame, what type of projects did they fund. They fund small project at 50,000, medium-sized project at 250,000. Who was eligible, which is important in your operations manual as well, and it was mainly for communities. However, government and other authorities could apply for funding in order to assist communities. And all of the eligible activities, and then it was used for coastal zone resilience, whether they wanted to mangrove or they wanted to do marine protected areas, or whether to do strengthening of coastal infrastructure or livelihood and other related projects. And another important aspect of an operations manual too is what is ineligible. And you know, in the case of the Tonga Fund, you could not fund salaries, you could not fund international travel, you could not buy vehicles and boats and stuff like that. And with that, you had all of the funding criteria and objectives set up for the fund. And then you have as well your evaluation, how you would evaluate applicants when they applied for funding. Now, some achievements and successes from the first round of the Tonga Climate Change Fund. Now, it was highly received. They had over 200 applicants. 33 projects were funded and were implemented. And what they learned really is that the fund reaches local and vulnerable communities, and it also helped empowered communities as well, putting decisions in the hands of communities to address climate change issues. So, you know, and with that came a number of leadership around community in addressing priorities and strategies for climate change. And communities also were taking action, short and long term, to address all of those issues of climate change. Now, moving forward to where we are now, we are looking to upscale that fund and increase its scope. So, in terms of the operationalization of the Tonga Climate Change Trust Fund, we look again at its objectives, and it was set up to address community. But however, due to the climatic demands or climate change demands of Tonga and all of their the strategies and long-term programs, they want that fund to be more ambitious. So how do we make that fund more ambitious? So we're looking at, you know, broadening the scope of that fund. So you not just look at communities, but you could look at private sector and other sort of national projects as well. So that was one thing in terms of like a best practice. And in terms of capitalization, where the funding came from too. And in terms of the community fund or the first fund, you know, it was more like through bilateral or donor agencies and government. However, now, how could we expand that scope to look at innovative funding mechanisms like levies and taxes, debt for nature swaps, and loan schemes? And in terms of capitalization, I just want to talk a little about the Antigua sub-fund. Their fund also include loans for vulnerable communities, whereby private sector or individual businesses could apply for a climate change fund loan to improve the housing infrastructure, and the loan would be a low interest loan around 1 or 2%. So that is a big sell in the Antigua Island Resource Fund that is not present, let's say, in the Tonga Fund, which is more or less focused more on just communities and grants. And if we look at the governance of the Tonga Trust Fund, and that is all of the committees and the boards that is used to supervise that fund. We see in Tonga there is a lot of ministers sitting on the on this supervisory committee, and as a best practice, we hope that this responsibility could be given to other senior officials, because ministers sometimes are too busy to really address the needs and demands of the fund. And in terms of the fiduciary management in Tonga, they have the Ministry of Finance responsible for exercising all of the financial standards. They set up a number of bank accounts in order to deal, one, with the endowment fund and its investment, and also to deal with the fund that would be operationalized through grants. And what is missing also in terms of the fiduciary management is also the trustee for the fund. Where would you house that fund? Would it be within the ministry, or would it be a separate organization? And that is something that would, put more confidence in that fund, more or less. And when we look at the implementation arrangement, and this fund, the Tonga Trust Fund, is more so implementing grants. So what we would like to do, or to also address the private sector. So whether that could be, the scope could be broadened to increase low-cost loans as well. And when we look at the MRVs, the monitoring, reporting, and verification, it's within the setup. However, public disclosure in funds is very relevant and important as well, and it's a requirement of the donor agency. So funds usually operate their own website, and they publicly disclose who is receiving loans, who is receiving grants, as a means of transparency, which would be needed in the Tonga Fund. But if I were to just shift to the Island Resource Fund of Antigua, they're very big on their public disclosure, and you would go up on the website and see everything about who is receiving loans and every information about that. So that's a big advantage of the Antigua Island Resource Fund. And if we were to look at the elements that is needed to really operationalize funds, and we notice all of those elements are existing in the Tonga Climate Change Fund. They just passed the funding laws in August of this year. They have in place the operations manual. They also have in place an investment policy, and all that is needed now really is investment to operationalize that fund. And if we were to look in long term in terms of how do we scale up and make the Tonga Climate Change Fund a sustainable fund, the aim is really to increase the endowment amount to around 10 million, which would allow for interest drawdown. So then you would have annual call for proposals. And we hope that the current endowment now is only 4 million, but we hope by next year it could move to 20 million. And really, how are we going to do that? And I move to mobilization. So now we are looking at the enhanced direct access modality of the Green Climate Fund. And we want to use that funding in order to leverage more funding for the Tonga Trust Fund. And what the enhanced direct access do is that it gives you funding that goes directly into your national funds. So when you receive those funding, then you could program your grants and loans and all of those things. So in that project, and the project concept is already fully developed with the Department of Climate Change and with the accredited entity of the Southern Pacific Community. and the value of that project is over 17 million, and 5 million of that will go straight into the endowment to increase the size, the investment in that endowment, and 10 million would be used to finance grants for community and other type projects. So that would start off or really operationalize the Tonga Climate Change Trust Fund. So that is Tonga, but I'll just switch gears a bit to talk about the Antigua and Barbuda Island Resource Fund. And that fund has a number of investments. There is an EDA project that is going through that fund of 20 million. There is an adaptation fund project that is going through that fund, which is 10 million. And there's a few other projects. And all of the structures, again, is in that fund. It's a well set up body. It has its own laws under the Environmental Protection Management Act of Antigua and Barbuda. And all aspect of that, that act is being funded through the Island Resource Fund. And in terms of what the Island Resource Fund is doing, it's programming not only grants, but programming a lot of loans as well. And those loans is I think it's up to 75,000 US dollars, and individuals and businesses could apply for that loan, and you could use that loan to build resilience, whether in your house or in your community. And the interest rates on the loan is only 2%. And apart from that, they do grants up to 250,000 US dollars, and community is allowed to apply for that grant to establish fit for purpose community structures. So a lot of it goes into community shelters, and community organizations like churches and others apply for those funding. And then you have other public buildings that applies for the funding as well, like schools to do renewable energy and to strengthen their structure. So I'll stop on this for Antigua and Tonga. Thank you.
Actually, I could speak from here. So our next speaker, thank you so much, Martin, and thank you for covering a bit about the SIF fund, not just about the Tonga one, but the Antigua and Barbuda one. So our next speaker is going to be Mr. Vinel Narayan. Vinel is the director in the Ministry of Economy in Fiji. And we are so delighted to have you, Vinel, and to hear about the experience of Fiji in launching the Rural Electrification Fund, FREF, and your wide experience is really welcome, and particularly because, you know, he sits in the Ministry of Economy, and for most of us that have worked in environment, and we often look at that and think they have so much leverage and power, the center of power in most governments. So it's a great pleasure to have you, Vinel, and you have the floor. Yes.
Thanks. Can you hear me? Thanks. Thank you so much, MX, for the excellent introduction. If I may just add to that, one of the key reasons why the Climate Change Division is embedded within the Ministry of Economy is to be able to be at the heart of national development and to climate sensitize, develop our development agenda. And one of the key things that we want to be able to do is make sure that whatever projects and initiatives that are going through, there is a climate lens and adaptation lens, resilience lens to it. But my presentation today will be more so a conversational piece, if that is okay with everyone. First and foremost, Fiji is an archipelago of around 300 islands, of which 150 is inhabited. And we have a small population, but very dispersed. We have around 800,000 people, just under 900,000 people, I should correct myself. And of that, we are spread across a EEZ, or exclusive economic zone, of around 1.3 million square kilometers. So by way of ocean size itself, we are the 26th largest country in the world, and we host around 3.5% of the global coral reef population. So we're priding ourselves on being a large ocean state. But regardless, the agenda, or the point that I'm talking about today, will be on rural electrification. And so 96% of Fiji's population have got access to some form of electricity, while the remaining 4% do not. And it's because of two key reasons. One is either the 4% of the population, which we call the hardest mile, is either too far away from the nearest energy grid or electricity grid, and it makes it too uneconomical to pull the electricity grid to those communities. And number two is that those communities, or rather 4% of those communities, may be living in one of those 150 islands in the maritime division. So it's difficult for us to be able to service those islands with an electrical grid in one shape or the other. So bearing that challenge in mind, so that's a development challenge. On the other hand, we have got a climate challenge. And the climate challenge that the Fijian government has set itself is that by 2036, we want to be able to have 100% access to energy for all Fijians, and at the same time have 100% renewable energy generation is, according to experts, is not physically possible. So at least up to 99% of renewable energy generation by 2036. And so in that aspect, how do we address these dual challenges of development and climate change from a rural electrification perspective? So the Fijian government has its own rural electrification programs through its national budgetary system, but what we realized was that the last 4% is very hard to get to, and we won't be able to commercially and financially, just from within government, be able to reach that last 4%. And so we said, well, what can we do? What can we do to be able to bring on board the experts, or as we say, the private sector experts who have much more experience in coming up with new and innovative solutions and getting electricity to these rural communities? And so in doing some analysis and understanding of how we address these dual challenges, we decided to establish something called the Fiji Rural Electrification Fund, or affectionately we call it FREF. And so what is this fund? This fund is basically established as a private sector entity. It's a special purpose vehicle that the government has established, and it's actually registered as a charitable trust private sector entity. And the key purpose of having a special purpose vehicle in this regard is to be able to enable this entity to liaise directly with the private sector and get into equity-based, financial-based arrangements. The government itself cannot get into private sector arrangements, equity-based arrangements. Again, we get into issues of favoring a particular agency, or we have our bureaucratic channels that we need to go through our cumbersome tender process. And so the private sector is more so, dare I say, a hit and run sort of thing, right? So you come in, you invest, and then you stay there for 5 years, and then you offload, and then you move out. So that's the reality of how the private sector operates. And so what we wanted to be able to do is create a vehicle through which government can liaise directly with the private sector in the form of rural electrification. And so FREF was institutionalized. So FREF in itself is institutionalized in 3 tiers. It has, number one, it has a technical tier, a technical team that is made up of the Department of Energy, the Ministry of Economy, the Climate Change Division, as well as the Fiji Commerce and Employees Federation that represents the private sector. And so we basically provide the technical details of what FREF should be doing, how it should be functioning, how its funds should be managed. And then the next tier, or the tier above it, is called the FREF board. Now the FREF board is made up of the Permanent Secretary for Economy, looks at financial structuring of the board of the organization. We've got the Permanent Secretary for Energy, which looks at the technical aspects. We've got the Solicitor General for Fiji, who looks at all the legal aspects. And then we have a high-level representative from the Fiji Employees and Commerce Federation, which looks at private sector interest. And then the third tier itself is just the highest tier, which is ministerial level tier, where we ensure that whatever FREF is doing is aligned to national governance standards. Now, let's get into the nitty-gritties of what is FREF and how it operates. FREF itself is a revolving fund structure. So what I mean by that is that we were lucky enough to be able to get seed funding from the Leonardo DiCaprio Foundation of up to $1 million US dollars. With that seed funding, we electrified one rural community, which now has 52 households. When we electrified the community, initially there was only 43 households there. And so after electrifying, more people have actually moved back to this rural community. And because of access to electricity, there has been 3 more commercial businesses that have generated, small MSMEs. We've got shops, we've got tailoring shops as well that has been established for women groups that are there. And so what FREF has done through this one community is it has improved not only access to electricity, but it has opened up a whole range of commercial activities that can be done. Fisher folks on the island, this is an island that we have electrified. So fisher folks on this island can now also have access to fridge and refrigeration services where they can store their fish. So there's a whole range of opportunities that have been unlocked through this one mechanism that one community that FREF has electrified. And within the next 6 months, we are expected to electrify another 7 communities. Unfortunately, we were supposed to have that up and running, but because of COVID-19, we actually had restrictions in internal movements, and so we weren't able to electrify 7 communities. But by in the next 6 months, we will electrify the 7 communities, and the aspiration is to electrify over 300 communities by 2030. And now this is a moving target, but how do we do this? When we electrify a community, we charge the community Fijian $18 per month as tariff excess fee, just the excess fee. So that's around $9 per month for a particular community to access 400 kilowatts of electricity. And again, this 400 kilowatts depends on the size and range of the community as well as the space that we have to install solar array systems. By the way, FREF itself is focusing on solar electrification. Now, with the funds that we collect every month, that goes into a revolving fund that gets channeled back into electrifying new communities, new and additional communities. So the 7 communities that we will be electrifying has actually been funded through a blended financing approach. One is the revolving fund structure, the finance that we are collecting from the communities. 2, there is a rural electrification funding that the government has pledged to FREF. And 3, we've got funding support from bilateral funding support from the government of UK to the tune of about 1.8 million Fijian dollars to electrify these 5 communities. So this blended financing approach has unlocked potential to electrify 7 communities. What we are looking to do now is almost similar to what has just been alluded to, is we are wanting to unlock new and additional financing from the Green Climate Fund, as well as looking at additional bilateral support from the likes of the Australian government, who have got a facility called the Australian Infrastructure Financing Facility. We also have the Japanese government, who is entrusted through the Japanese Fund for Poverty Reduction. We have the Asian Development Bank, who is interested in mobilizing highly concessional finance. We have got the World Bank, who is working with us to give us direct budget support for multiple initiatives across the government machinery, and FREF is one of the initiatives that they want to provide highly concessional loans to. And when I say highly concessional loans, these are loans given to the Fijian government at almost 0.01% interest rate, 10-year grace period, 40-year repayment periods. So it's almost 67% is seen as grants. So what the Fijian government does, it takes on this money and on-lends to FREF. FREF uses it to then electrify new communities. So it's a blended financing approach, whole host of solutions that we have. With that said, what does FREF want to be and what does FREF envisage to be? By end of 2030 rather, we want to have more than 300 communities electrified. We want to venture beyond solar energy. Fiji has a rich resource of hydro potential and hydropower, and we're looking at how we can invest in mini hydros in communities. One of the key things through our blue bonds that we are issuing, we had a blue bond launch.
Dear club delegates, we kindly remind you to wear your face mask over your mouth and nose at all times during your time at the conference. Unless you are seated in a room with appropriate distance, we're eating or drinking or are medically exempt. Thank you for your cooperation.
Excellent reminder for us all. Yeah, so what I was saying was that what we want to be able to do is also raise new and additional financing from our blue bonds. The blue bonds that we have just announced that we will be issuing in August will also be focusing on how we can create renewable energy generation through wave technology. And so this would largely be focused on maritime and rural maritime islands that we want to implement through FREF. So these are new and additional opportunities that FREF has, the Future Electrification Fund. It's a revolving fund structure, number one. We are using community-based ownership and community-based financing to make sure that the fund is revolving and moving forward. And the whole idea is that once we reach a minimum quantum of communities, the payment that we get from communities every month will keep FREF afloat, and we will then eventually migrate away from dependence on bilateral support. So the whole idea is that FREF becomes self-sufficient when it reaches a minimum electrification quantity of about 30 communities. So we should be able to have FREF functioning on its own. So it's a start, but it's a start in the right direction, and it shows public-private partnership and coordination. So I think that's it.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you. Thank you, Vinel. And I think I liked the aspect that you not just talked about the journey so far, but about what FREF into the future would like to become or would like to do. I like the whole aspect of making it independent of, bilateral support and the like, and really becoming a fully on Fijian fund. Our next speaker is from India. As many of you know, India has a huge population and is becoming a superpower in the world. And we're delighted. They have a slightly different path compared to other countries, but we very delighted that we have Mr. Shre C.S. Murthy with us, joining us virtually, who will talk about how India has created their National Adaptation Fund, and he has a presentation, and so over to you, Mr. Murthy.
Good afternoon and good evening from India. Mr. Vanikrishnan Nair, Head of Climate Change, and the moderators and my fellow panelists. Indeed, it's our privilege and honor to address this very important meeting. We love to be there in Glasgow, and I hope all of them are enjoying the exciting the events which are happening over there. My presentation, we briefly capture our journey in climate finance, and my presentation will focus more on learnings from our programs. This is a familiar tale. Now, of course, year 6 is a code red for entire world. No exception. India is also there. And our agriculture, 52% is predominantly rain-fed. Then we have different kind of agroclimate zone: tropical, temperate, subtropical, then desert, then Himalayan region, then a long coastline. So therefore, the important point is this: we got all kinds of vulnerabilities induced by climate change. And of course, being a small marginal farmers predominant country, so agriculture would be affected, and therefore yields would be affected, therefore their incomes and their employment potential. And disaster losses is a huge money we lose by virtue of facing these disasters. Then we have there is one set of institutional mechanisms in place. We have a National Action Plan on Climate Change with 8 missions. Notable among them probably would be seeing on the solar side, then energy side, then housing side, then Himalayan region, then agriculture, and of course knowledge management. All the 8 sectors are there. I'm not going to details of each mission. With each mission has its own components, own budgets, and those implementation mechanisms. Then followed by this, we have a state action plan climate change. Our states, our provinces have measured the vulnerabilities, then worked out the adaptation and mitigation measures, and more importantly, money which is required to address these adaptation and mitigation measures. So these are the broad profile of each province, the vulnerabilities, emissions, and then strategies and everything has been worked out at provincial level as well. Then I talk about my organization, NABARD, National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development, created by an act of parliament in 1982. It is a developmental financial institution in our country, and probably it's one of the most important development financial institution in the world as well. So mission is, we are driven by our mission, guided by our mission, sustainable and equity. This is the one thing which drives us. Then most important thing is this, though it's a developmental financial institution, that our presence is deeply rooted. You look at the, we have district offices. Of course, we're not a commercial banker. We don't do any kind of retail banking as well. But our district officers are the ambassadors of our developmental initiatives. Then we have a specialized subsidiaries, which provide credit to for the specific needs. For example, Farmers Produce Organization, one of our subsidiaries specialized in that. So for SME like this, so on and so forth. Then one more thing is that we got a specialist. This is most important for us to address the varied challenges being faced across the sectors. Then you look at our partners, huge numbers, 3,000 partners across India. Then number of farmers comes into thousands. Then 5,000 farmers produce organization. This is the one thing which is interesting thing which is happening in India. Probably we could be the role model for other countries as well. Then we are the pioneers, we are the leaders and flagship bearers in the case of microcredit, almost touching 11 billion SDGs. So broadly, being a development institution, as it is given a mandate given by the government of India, it's fully owned by government of India. Then the credit functions, we take it, refinancing function, rural infrastructure, developmental, supervision, policy advocacy. So wide range of the functions which has been entrusted to NABARD by government of India and our central bank, Reserve Bank of India. Our balance sheet size is growing, and its current balance sheet size is 90 billion USD. But predominantly, the major part of our balance sheet goes for refinancing function, is purely for rural credit, not for urban credit. We are there. We refinance rural credit, then predominantly locked in rural infrastructure side. Accordingly, our programs are tailor-made because being a government-owned full institution, our programs, our policies, our initiatives are all aligned with the government of India's priorities, of course, guided by SDGs, which we are committed. And we have a wide range of credit products, both direct loaning products, for example, solar, which are on the mitigation side, then housing, so on and so forth. Then we have a huge NRM Natural Resource Management flagship programs. Just few things we have outlined it here, that the watershed development program and tribal development program. And now these two programs have been called as nature-based solutions. And we have own climate action funds, which I'm going to make a detailed presentation on this. We have a dedicated fund as well for climate change fund. And we have a climate center for climate change at one of the provinces, one of the largest provinces in India, that is at Uttar Pradesh at Lucknow. I've just briefly touched upon our NRM activities because it gives a lot of insights into our journey towards climate change initiatives. Watershed development programs, we began in 91-92 with the soil and water conservation measures. We moved on to, it's a dynamic kind of program. We moved on from engineering to climate proofing interventions. And of course, this entire program has been driven, guided, and at the ages of Indo-German cooperation, KfW and JZ were the largest partners. And climate proofing interventions, I appreciate Mr. Unnikrishnan Nair was there. He was, when he was in India, he enabled us to put climate proofing tools in our regular watershed development program. Then livelihood is one of the components, capacity and knowledge buildment. The kind of a size we invested is close to 2.4 millions, and our size, our coverage is 2.3 million hectares or so far. So is the case with the tribal development fund. We have got our own fund. We created three, it's vulnerable sections. And basically touching upon horticulture sector, it is a whole kind of a package we are given to the family, covering farm, on-farm, orchards for the perennial income streams, and coupled with soil conservation, water resources, to primary to take care of the water requirements of orchards, then water resources, drinking water, and the training capacity and health and women empowerment. The point is this year, of course, the money is huge. The money 320 millions, we have sanctioned it. But the point to this seminar is 27 million trees planted. Now we look at when we travel together, these 27 million plants, huge carbon sequestration potentially that probably would like to do package it, how carbon sequestration can help them, how we can build up a revenue model to our tribal families to harness this carbon sequestration potential of the horticulture crops. The thing is, why we are presenting our natural resource management program is this. When we want, I think we are discussing about accreditation from multi donors like GCF and AFBs, then probably they are the fabric, the ground of foundation, strong foundation stone for us to easy to get to be accredited as a agency for the GCF and for the various funds. For example, we are next NAE for AF. Then we have got a National Adaptation Fund for Climate Change is there. It's established by our Ministry of Environment, Forest, and Ministry of Forest, Climate, and Environment. It's a NDA for us. Then we are a direct access entity under GCF. The kind of funds we have accessed by virtue of our fiduciary study standards and our experience, our thematic leadership in natural resource management program, we could able to access funds from the both from the national governments and from the donors like GCF and AFB. The kind of projects are totally roughly about 274 millions, predominantly 50% of which came from the GCF from the 2 projects. Rest AFB projects are there, and rest 30 projects which are being implemented by our under the aegis of National Adaptation Fund for Climate Change. The thing is this, we got experience. Now we are due for a re-accreditation process. Then we are our funds are now due for for example, our adaptation fund is first phase is over. So we got a lot of lessons we learned in this process. Our intent is to share our experiences with our partner countries of our Commonwealth countries here. So I would be spending greater degree of time and on these 2 slides. One thing is this decentralized approach is required. Means top-down approach that we got a one broad scheme with the fixed components, with the fixed budgets, and to be implemented like this one, it doesn't work because it's a highly the climate change. It's a highly contextualized, highly localized, varied requirements, varied issues, varied approaches. Simultaneously, it brings challenges also when you have to assess climate change impacts at a regional level, at local level. How do we contextualize these kind impact, the climate change impacts with these localized approaches? Then strong involvement of executive entity is there. What we see, they're more proactive. Then we're going to see they set the pace for the implementation of these projects. Then one more interesting point is this long-term problems and short-term solutions. Look, our projects have a different time period. Say a period of 3 years, then 5 years, a kind of a different time period. While our problems are very long-run problems, the problems are used by over a period of decades. That's why this is very important. Very important point when you're looking at graduating from pilot scale to when you are upscaling it or replicating it. They are the issue which we need to do. We understand very clearly. Then understanding negative externalities. I take one example is this. For example, if you are burning a paddy straw in one state, that probably is going to cause externality in other states, other province. So therefore, we need to understand the entire gamut of the trail of the root cause of the externality and the trail of negative externalities and what is to be done. So it has to be a kind of a holistic kind of a package is to be drawn, especially with the problem when we see such a kind of a huge negative externalities impacting provinces. Then stakeholders consultation. That is the local voice. That is the golden thumb rule. If you know more clearly, more locals, more communities are involved, their voices are heard, how they perceive the impacts, what kind of practices they're adopting it, That is the most important thing. And what we are suggesting it, what kind of interventions we are suggesting it. That is the thing to be told, understood, articulated, and they also need to work up the kind of intervention which we are going to propose. Then one more thing is this, please, we are being a technocrats. I'm also a technocrat. It's not a technical, only technical solution won't work. Therefore, there's always a blend of local knowledge, and it has to be finely tempered with the scientific practices given by our research institutes. Therefore, we call it as a participatory adaptation solution. It's to be two-way and both communicative. And it requires a lot of integrated approach. We require a huge money. People are talking about money. One institution, one department, one province, one matter of one country cannot have a sufficient money to address the issues holistically. We require, for example, from India, we're talking about $1 trillion to address the issues of climate change. But so huge money is required. Of course, that is the national level, at the country's level. But when you come back to the provincial level and the region level and to the project level, we have the host of government of programs which are running there. So we need to look at, we need to convert with the schemes from the ongoing schemes, programs of being implemented in that particular region. And of course, co-financing is required. What do you mean by the LA? My predecessor also said, private sector greater trigger. Private sector are through their foundations would play a vital role in bringing co-financing requirements to bring additionalities requirements so that it will be very holistic way. And one more thing is this parity of incentives. For example, what I would say that in a particular project, I would say that for example, drip irrigation, the project envisages 50% of incentives will come from the project, while 50% has to come from the farmer. For example, if a parallel suddenly some program would come, they would say that, okay, we will going to give a subsidy of 85% to farmers and 15% has to bring in. So they would bring a lot of confusion. So one project gives a very smaller, little subsidy, other project offers a more subsidy, then there will be kind of a confusion around, and people would like to see, I mean, they would ask much more funds from their project. Then one more important thing is this, when we talk about climate change, we would talk about natural resources, then we talk about the structures, then people would be more looking at, okay, we understand the impacts, but question is this, what about me? What about my current day? What is my today? Or what's going to be my income today? What I'm going to gain? Everything they would measure something in terms of monies. Therefore, please, we have to be mix a kind of a livelihood activities and entry point activities to enthuse their participation actively in this intervention. Low cost interventions helps. For example, low cost intervention is, I'll take a very simple example, a polyhouse. Polyhouse could be ideal for the Himalayan region, sub-Himalayan region to diversify. But question is this, a kind of investments. If you have a very low cost interventions, like a low cost bamboo kind of a polyhouse is there, which is a juxtaposed, which is constructed, built across in their piece of land, one on open land and then the covered land, so on and so forth. I think these kind of a small low cost intervention, it will help us further replication as well for the upscaling of activities and also for diversifying their cropping pattern as well to the high value crops. Then the flexibility of project design for mid-course corrections is very much, that's the important thing which we have seen, that we come with such kind of actions. For example, if especially for addressing a coastal region where mangroves are there, so you have a mangrove production mechanism is there, then followed by there are certain fish culture, prawn culture or crab culture are there. Something would fail because of the disease and everything. You should have a other kind of a alternative so that the activity can be substituted with most suitable activity based on the implementation aspects. This kind of a flexi design is most required. The other one is clarity and role and commitment of stakeholders. This is most important thing. More number of stakeholders, then this is going to be, we are spending a lot of time in explaining the rules and their commitments, and followed by fund flow mechanism is there. The work starts the moment you receive money, then you give money, you transfer money to your executive entities, in turn to their stakeholders, then work starts. Therefore, we need to understand the strong fund, very smooth fund flow mechanisms. In fact, indeed, our experience is, I'm saying it's a very simple thing, but in fact, this intervention is capable of delaying the projects by years. I mean, that is the kind of impact it can create. Then risk management assessment, that one, normally we tend to ignore it or we just lightly assess it. Thanks to GCF, thanks to AFB, this frame, we have got a very closer look and we are identifying our risk and risk mitigation mechanisms and budgets thereof. So one more point is this: we are dealing with the natural resources. Natural resources are like a typical project. I mean, many times it will fail because of variety of reasons, cyclones, floods, so on and so forth. Therefore, we need to have how do you address this kind of a risk? What kind of a mechanism? Or if you are handling a credit portfolio, certainly I would suggest a strong risk mitigation fund is also to be created if you are dealing with the lending side. Then the ESG framework, we have the being a development financial institution, we have got a ESG framework is there. So the ESG framework has been refined with the requirements of our donors, GCF and AFB requirements. Then the capacity for local actors, it is indeed is an ongoing processes.
Mr. Murthy, if you could finish just now.
Technology tools are required, and I would like to sum up. The thing is, it's not a question of money, it's not a question of a project. For a NABARD, being a development financial institution, being an NRM sphere for almost 4 decades, what we want to say that we want to learn, we want to appreciate the learnings which we have in our journey of NRM program. And indeed, it enhances by virtuing partnering with the various agencies, it indeed enhances the capacities, and ultimately we look at internalization of our experiences, tools and approaches in our own program so that our outreach can be enhanced. This is how our intrinsic motivation for being partnering, doing this. We are being part of in this journey, partnering with our multilateral agencies, our national government. Thank you very much for the time. I think just 2 minutes I have exceeded time. Thank you very much for patience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murthy. Yeah. Before we go into an exciting question and answer, I just wanted to give a few minutes just to our senior director who would like to make a few remarks, and then we will go into our discussion.
Can you hear me? So thank you, MX, and thanks to all the panelists. I think it was very interesting to hear this model of blended finance. And as we know, that finance is not only about accessing international finance, but it has to be, like we heard examples of local, international, as well as public finances from people's contributions, which is the taxes or the community. We heard examples about that. And it is very fascinating, and it's very encouraging to see every country which presented here, or of which it was presented, including Antigua and Barbuda, that the national commitment is so strong. And the examples from NABARD was also really fantastic. I just want to mention some of the climate change Commonwealth Secretariat initiatives. We have something called, about all the climate things. Climate tools and instruments that we have, Common Sensing Climate Finance Access Hub. But I also liked what Vinil mentioned about development challenge with climate change. I think of this, or what we are trying to develop is called, I'm thinking of it as in the context of circular economy. And recently what I was trying to say was the circular economy, I'm thinking of it as a caterpillar, right? Which has hundreds of legs. And so all these, the economic and environmental components fit into that to create the circular economy, which is not just economic, but it's sustainable and inclusive, like we heard Mr. Murthy say, which is toward attaining the sustainable development goals and also the nationally determined contributions. And working together, we can do that. In that context, I just want to mention one tool. We've got the National Disaster Finance Risk Portal that the Commonwealth Secretariat has set up. But listening to your instruments, if you would wish to, although these are national level instruments, if you wish to even make the Commonwealth aware of what you're doing nationally, we're trying to expand that from economic development finance alone into climate finance as well. So we can include your examples in there, because so that countries, including your own countries, may sometimes look at that, and then they may be able to access this excellent examples we saw of the portfolio of blended finance that exists. With that, I want to thank all of you and also congratulate you for the great work that each of your countries are doing.
Thank you, Dr. Ruth, for those remarks. We've had such a rich discussion from Tonga to Antigua and Barbuda, then to Fiji, and then to India with a large scope, with a focus scope on renewable energy and electrification. And so we want to open now to some questions from the audience. If you've got a question, we will have a roving microphone. Please do raise your hand and a microphone will come through to you, and you will be able to ask questions to Vineal, to our wonderful panelists. But just to start us off, all of you have talked about what went very well, what's going very well. Looking back on the journey so far, and I know there would be other countries, member countries listening, what would you say for you are some of the things that went slightly wrong and you would warn against for any countries that are on their journey in building national climate action funds?
Shall I start?
Yeah. You can start. You can start, Vinay.
Yeah. So if I could just carry on with answering the question, one of the key things, I guess, when we were setting up the Fiji Electrification Fund was the whole aspect of gender equity and social inclusion. When we set up the Fiji Electrification Fund, one of the key things that we decided and were laser focused on was how do we get electricity to these areas that do not have electricity. And so once we had electrified the first community, we said, okay, now how can we attract new funding to get the rest of the communities electrified? And one of the key things when we were developing proposals and project notes was that it's very, very important to have those benchmarks or from agenda and social inclusion lens, saying what is the incremental change that the project has brought about, pre-implementation, post-implementation. And I realized that we had not focused on that enough. And so for the next 7 sites that I had mentioned that we want to electrify, we have set out clear baselines of number of households that are to be electrified, of which how many of those have women-led households, how many children are there, what's the ages that they are there, and what would be the level of education that they have. What are some of the things that they would be able to do that they cannot do right now with access to electricity. So those, from an MRV system standpoint of view and from a gender equity and social inclusion standpoint of view, I think that a lot of these projects in at least my part of the world undervalue that, and that becomes really hard to then justify your MRV systems as well and then attract new financing. So that's something that we have learned and we want to be able to build on further.
Excellent, Vineal. We're just so delighted to have Antigua and Barbuda represented on this panel. The question as you came in was just, we've had wonderful stories of the journey for Fiji, Tonga, India as well. And one of the big questions for a person, listening to this would be, what is it that you when you look back, would say you would be careful about in building a national climate action fund? And we'll give you an opportunity just now, just a moment for you to reflect on that. But in the meantime, shall I ask Mr. Muthi to answer that same question, and then we will come back to Tonga and then Antigua and Barbuda. Are you there, Mr. Muthi? Right. As we wait for him to get online.
Just wait for a while. Actually, he's just coming. Actually, just wait for a while. He'll just join and respond to the query.
Okay. All right. We'll come back to you, Mr. Muthi. Martin, your answer to that question.
Yes. I think that setting up funds really exposes the real trickle-down effect of climate financing. For instance, in Tonga, the first call for proposal, there was over maybe close to 300 applications, and there was enough funding just for 33 projects. And the first call went well, and the plan was to do a second call, but there was no investments to do that. So getting the money to where it's needed, I think it exposes you, and I'm not being able to meet that demand, because the demand there where the money is needed is very great, and so that in effect shows how a weakness of creating the fund, but a need of creating the fund, because you really need to channel monies down to community. And and it shows to the willingness of people on the ground to take action and to take matters in their own hand, and not having the resources and finances to do it. So I think a great show up is the demand that exists, and the need for fulfilling that demand as well.
Excellent. Mr. Muthi, are you online now? Okay.
Click. Yeah. Now you speak. Yeah.
Yes.
Please.
Shall I run the question again? So we've heard about all that has been done. If you were going to reflect on the journey so far, what would you say is the one thing that you would want in the journey for other countries that would like to do something similar, to follow the examples that we've had today, that they need to be really careful about?
One important fundamental factor I would focus is design. Design of the project is the most important thing in this entire process. Any flaw, any there in the design, then probably our resources, time spent, and we will enter into time run, cost overrun, so on and so forth. So for me, design is the most important thing.
Design. Thank you. Mr. Craig, it's brilliant to have you this afternoon. Yeah, so any one thing you would say to other countries that are in the process of developing national funds?
Thank you. Good day. And on behalf of Ambassador Diane Black Lane, I apologize for her absence, but good to be here with you. Would like to say also that the development of such a fund is very important, and it helps to remove the bureaucracy that's involved in channeling funds or getting funds to the stakeholders. And so it's very important that one follows the necessary steps in developing, just as we heard, design. Be careful to ensure that one engages those who would develop legislation to support that in such a manner that they understand the concept, and that, as we just heard, they provide the necessary legislation and support immediately that would strengthen that particular fund, as in our case. Our fund, I believe you might have heard, does not only provide for Antigua and Barbuda, but it is also able to provide funding for other countries within the OECS. And so it was set up in such a manner. We do not have to go back to the parliament to get certain things done in order for us to assist those countries. So we're assisting Dominica, Grenada right now, and we're looking to reach out to others. We're working with the OECS Commission also. So the way in which it was designed expect that we'll be looked upon in a certain way because we have failures, but that is a part of the process of learning. I've been to many countries where we have had failures in trying to set up things in China, in Japan, other places where I've worked before. We have had failures. And as a small island state, we would think that if we have had failures in our experiences, then others would look upon us a certain way because we're small and we're often considered as those who aren't able to manage their own process. But there's no need to be afraid. And so in setting up a fund, be willing to fail at some point, be willing to modify, be willing to grow and to learn from others, and document lessons learned. Document those lessons, whether they be good or bad, and be willing to share them. That is the way in which one is able to grow. That is the way in which one will be able to assist others such that they don't make the mistakes that we make.
Excellent. I think that's a brilliant point about the willingness to fail, because I think in a lot of instances we organizations and countries retract because of the fear to fail. We just have one round of questions from the audience. If anyone has a question, please do raise your hand, and we'll give you an opportunity to ask a question very quickly. Anyone, if there are any questions? Right, I've got a number of questions that I have, and this would be the last round of questions really to each of you. So with the CIF fund in Antigua and Barbuda, so how does the fund plan to engage with the private sector in Antigua and Barbuda and the region as well, because it's servicing the region?
I'll give you an example. I'm not sure if my comrade at this point, or my friend, would have shared the information about the EDA with you. Was that shared before? Well, I'll give you an example. I am the coordinator for the EDA project, the Enhanced Direct Access Project, which is one of two that are funded by the GCF. They're pilot projects. And the SURF board is presently programming approximately $20 million on behalf of the DOA, which is the accredited entity. The process at this point, in terms of what the SURF board is doing, is that we're seeking as one part to help others to gain accreditation. And so in the first output, that is the focus. We help them to develop capacity so that they can become accredited. And that all, when you speak of trickling down now to the stakeholders, private sector, etc., there are other components. Component 2, for example, which is a public-private sector project, would focus on the infrastructural development in areas which are heavily affected by flooding, etc., that would produce health risks. And so we work with our partners to develop strategies or interventions to alleviate the situation in those areas. And then there's another component where we provide training for persons in the public-private sector, NGOs, etc., to build capacity in areas of shelter management, waterway management, and we have also looked at the capacity to access grant funding even to scale up projects once we would have worked with them. There is also a loan component, and that is very important also. We provide concessional loans to those who are greatly affected by climate change for them to build resilience. And such loans should not be onerous in any way. The SURF Fund has designed something in which we provide loans at 2%, and we even drop to as low as 1% to help persons to build capacity to borrow up to 200,000 EC dollars, which is approximately 75,000 US. And in so doing, we also have a blended approach where they could also access grants, especially in cases where there's a single parent household, where there's a female headed household, and also where they're very close to the waterway or may have persons living in the home who have disabilities. When we work with these persons, we help them to build capacity. We also help them to reach out to others in the society. So the level of communication is great. These people have accepted us. They're helping each other. And we've also reached out to schools. That is another area where if you're going to build a sustainable program, it is not just about building infrastructure that's a 1 in 20 or 1 in 50 that is going to stand the test of time, but you must have persons available who can sustain what you have put in place. And so when we deal with the children, we work with them to help in maintaining the waterways, especially in the agricultural science program, to rear the fishes, etc., help them to understand. We have another program which is going to be teaching climate change within the school. And so, as I said, we work together to build that capacity. And within the DOE itself, I must let you know, we have approximately 60 to maybe 70% of the DOE are persons under 30. So there is sustainability along that way, and the interventions that are made are done in such a way that these persons reach out to others in society who are of the same age group, etc., to keep those programs going. So there is that constant collaboration, and we are working on our communication strategy because we have seen weaknesses. As I said, one should not be afraid to mention that, and we're working on ways to improve that so that the message gets out there.
Excellent, an inclusive way of developing it. Vinel, for FREF, there has been quite some involvement already with the private sector. How would you enhance that going forward? I think throughout COP there has been mention of the fact that the private sector has trillions of dollars available, and from your experience so far and going forward, how would you enhance that?
Thanks, MX. I think for FREF in itself, the way it's designed is initially it came to conception as being just purely a rural electrification project. One of the key things that I missed in my initial presentation was that what we want FREF to become is more so an integrated service provider. And what do I mean by that is that when you go into a maritime island, access to energy is not the only development issue that you will be challenged with. There's also access to technology and telecommunications, mobile towers, mobile coverage is not there. You also don't have access to clean water because there's no dedicated water sources. So what we want to be able to do is create FREF to be a more integrated development platform, integrated development solution through which the private sector is more attracted to. So the next segment of sites that we want to electrify beyond the 7 that we have done, we want to be able to include solutions that would have integration of mobile tower networks. So we've spoken to the largest mobile network provider in Fiji, which is Vodafone, and we've asked them that, look, all you got to do is bring your tower system and we will provide you the electricity with the solar energy, and you will become our dedicated customer. In addition to that, we've spoken to private sector desalination, mobile desalination plants that are small enough to be able to function on islands. And so we're talking to this agency called Mock Water, the private sector, where they would come in and they would install the desalination plants. It would be connected to the solar system that we want to put in, and it would create a trifecta of water, energy, telecommunications. And so that sort of touches on what Ruth had said, Dr. Ruth had said, that we need to look at things from a more development perspective, rather than just climate washing your initiatives. So that's one of the key things that I just want to highlight. That's how we attract the private sector. Show a more broader package rather than just a climate emission.
Excellent.
Thanks.
That's very useful. The last question to you, Mr. Muthe, is around the stakeholders. I mean, your fund NABAD is huge, and the scope is very big as well. Could you just share with us and the audience here, just any tips for how you have managed to ensure that the stakeholder engagement with your various stakeholders is up to scratch?
Yeah, thanks a lot. I will put it very simply. First thing is, we are from bankers, and first we need to demystify these concepts. Even we have to understand what is the meaning of adaptation, then the mitigation, what kind of differences, climate change, all these kind of new terminologies which have been come. We need to translate into very simple and understandable terms, demystify it, and make them understand the current ones and the likely scenarios, and always make them to understand how they can correlate, relate with the changes. The sharper their understanding, they're able to see the convergence from their program side. Then of course budgets would follow if they have clarity on these thoughts. So therefore, one key stakeholder means somebody who would be acting as an anchor, or sometimes if you call it as one anchor is required to say the things simple in their respective understanding of each department or each ministries, and so that they will see the bigger picture, and so that they would evoke their participant into the picture. But I said that it is more often it is easy to say, but it would not happen in one single meeting. Probably it requires a couple of meetings also, and also the stakeholders have to take it to the communities as well. So these are all the very intensive engagement is required from both the sides. So therefore, it is the ability of the NAE to broker. I use the word broker partnerships among the stakeholders. Since NABARD being in this field for almost 4 decades, so we could able to plug in the additionality very easily. That is where our strength is lies there. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last question to you, Martin, would be: you've already mentioned the whole point about the fund in Tonga being inadequate. Are there any steps now to try and attract new funding, particularly from the private sector?
Yeah, as I said, the private sector is a weakness of that fund. And I think the first step now is to get the fund up and going. And what is being looked at is really to have a strong endowment fund that could bring in enough interest that you would have a regular call for proposal. And, I think once that gets going, then you could widen the scope. Already there is strong support from government. So government is already in the annual budget making contribution to that fund. And, looking at other areas like maybe levies and taxes is to add to it. But I'm sure, in the near future and when that fund gets going, they would consider, bringing on board, private sector in a way that, Antigua is doing it, so that, individual homeowners could also access really low interest loans to help build resilience.
Thank you to all our panelists this afternoon. This has been such an enriching discussion, and thank you, Mr. Muthe, for joining us virtually. And thank you to you as the audience for being with us this afternoon. Just before we wrap up, I just want to invite Uni Nai to just come and give us some closing remarks.
I think it was such an excellent session that I don't know what I should say in closing remark, but I think these are classical examples where the action is happening at scale, Happy for that, and our climate finance advisors are committed to support in whatever way that we could support in taking these national and subnational funds forward. And definitely would like to thank Antigua and Barbuda around the SUR Fund, where our advisor is supporting Tonga. Yes, of course, with Martin's presence, we definitely would like to move forward. And Fiji, definitely the Fiji Rural Electrification Fund, our climate finance advisor, Catherine Cook, will be supporting in that. And definitely the kind of practical and grounded initiatives from the National Adaptation Fund, supported by the National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development. So definitely that's a huge learning for many other member countries, and we definitely would like to work around how this knowledge could be disseminated across the Commonwealth. I'll thank Mr. CSR Murthy for this intervention, and so would like to thank you all the speakers, and of course we have a great set of audience, like from civil society to policymakers to funds. So would like to thank all of you who have just taken your time out and participated in this meeting. Thank you very much, and we continue this journey. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ruth. Thank you, Dr. Vinny. And thank you for my fellow panelists. Great learning for us. Thank you.